Okay, let's jump right into it. Hello everyone on YouTube and everyone that's still sticking around on Twitch for now as well. Once again, if you're watching on Twitch but you haven't decided whether you want to watch me on YouTube or Twitch, I've been focusing more on the YouTube with all the bullshit that's happening with Twitch. It just seems, I mean, at least we know the bullshit that's happening on YouTube. They're a little more plain about it. Twitch has been doing some stuff, so. Jet lips. Meh. All right, so Bad Hair Gaming on Twitch says, part of my play group got Tosh's and D&D Beyond, and the team should hit level 2 to 3 tonight, so they have a ton of new options. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, we going through Tosh's like we did live on stream, there's a lot of good shit in that book. We are super excited about everything in that book. Next thing is you'll start streaming on the hub. So official announcement, I'm going to be switching over to streaming purely on LinkedIn, which apparently you could do technically. There's not only is LinkedIn a fast growing social profile, like social media platform, but apparently there is a way to live stream through it, but I don't know who the fuck you would reach. Like all these like professional corporate people who were like, is he playing video games? Magic tattoos. Yes, people are waiting for that one. But Wizards of the Coast is doing something that I think Paizo kind of screwed up with Pathfinder. They're taking their time, testing everything out, and releasing it in a good measured pace, so that the quality of the products being pushed out is good. Whereas Paizo with Pathfinder, like I loved the initial concept of Pathfinder. It was such a big step from 3rd edition, but they just started pumping shit out. Sometimes it was 2 to 3 splat books a month, and they were just pumping out rule after rule after rule, none of it being tested, none of it like going through any sort of, like a lot of it even conflicting each other and having to be errata and the errata getting errata. It was just bad. Do I have my OF set up yet? My OF? What's OF? They were trying to outpay Wizards, yeah. Like even 3rd edition or 3.5, they released probably a little faster than they could have, but at that time, like there was a lot of stuff, but that by that point it's because 3.5 had been out for like a good number of years. Pathfinder just no. No. So as I'm gonna do with a lot of my D&D streams, I'm gonna hang out in one of the channels. It's gonna do like the general channel and chit chat. If anyone wants to drop in, they can drop in. Feel free, hang out. I'm gonna be doing some planning today on, and this is fine for anyone that's gonna be in the campaign to watch, but I'm gonna be doing some planning today on the campaign that's going to be, basically we're finishing a pirate campaign right now. After that I'm doing just like a short cipher game. It's going to be like basically one multi-part adventure, so like a mini campaign, and then we're going to be getting into almost like a Kingmaker Birthright-esque type of D&D game. That's the one I'm going to be starting to plan today. OnlyFans, making an OnlyFans is a bit of a process. I tried making one because I've mentioned before that for OnlyFans I was going to do two things on OnlyFans. There was going to be naked pictures of my cats, and then Photoshop pictures of my face on the bodies of bears. the pirate, he puts quotes around the pirate game. Yeah. Some medieval slap and tickle. I think I turned the music down way too far. Like right there's fine. We are not pirates. Hey, you got something to say, feel free to hop into the channel with me. Or actually, I'm not sure. You might be at work or something right now. But if you're home, feel free to hop in the channel if you want to piss and moan for a bit. Please let me know if you need players for any campaign. Been a DM has been nice, but I crave some PC play. You are, oh, it is tempting to bring you into a campaign. You are fun to play with, and I have not played in a game with you in a long time. let me load some stuff up here. I haven't switched my screen over yet because I'm still just sitting, chatting, getting into the stream, so to speak. How many people we got going on in the pirate game? Take a look here. I think we've got like between 6 and 7, which is a lot, but I can handle more. I can handle more. Why did I actually load the Roll20? Just like go to the player count. Thank you. Okay, so we can actually remove some players that aren't even part of the game right now. Okay, so I've got 6 players. One of them is not listed here. All right. Hey, Bad Hair Gaming, are you on the chat? Did you want to hop into the channel with me for a second? In my Discord? Feel free to do so if you want. We can discuss. Because I that's not too bad of a number on Thursday. Because it's technically 6 players, but quite often I'll usually be missing like a player. It's not that unusual. So it's usually 5 to 6. Every once in a while there'll be days where just like we have less. Shadowhawk, hey look, I figured something out. Oh, Shadowhawk on the YouTube actually showing up as Shadowhawk now and not, you know, his name, that type of thing. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I was making sure I could hear you. I was like, I'm not hearing anything.
You asked for an ebony. You got a quick.
I know, right?
There we go. Sorry, I had to mute your stream.
No. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Don't count as a viewer. Yeah. Thursdays. If you wanted to join in on Thursdays, I'd be okay with that. We originally were supposed to have more players in the Thursday game, and like 2 of them had dropped out at some point. So I'm down to 6 players, and as I was saying, it's technically 6 players, but quite often we're down like 1 or 2 due to like real life events each week anyways. It's not every time that we have all of the players. So if you wanted to join in on Thursdays, you can.
I'm down, man.
here's the thing that we're nearing. I didn't know when you wanted to join because we're nearing the end of a campaign right now. So if you joined right now, you'd be like basically jumping into like the tail end of the pirate campaign.
Okay.
Which I mean, you're welcome to do if you want.
It'd be super easy to get him in too, because you'd just be like, he'd be another pirate on one of the ships we recruited.
Yeah, you just to fight some big ass fucking evil thing that you unleashed on the high seas. You have recruited like several other pirate bands to band together against it, so it would be easy to bring you in.
I was losing my mind trying to convince everybody not to go to that place. And they were like, "Oh, let's go. We gotta fix this."
Stop going to the island where we unleashed fucking Cthulhu or some eldritch horror thing. Yeah. So it is up to you whether you want to join now or wait until it's over for the next campaign. Like it's got more than like a session or 2. Like it's got basically one last final epic adventure to get through first. It just started it.
I'm down to like I can roll a character on stream tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, I will. 1 second here. Do we still have?
We don't have the channel anymore, but I think we still have the notes.
Yeah, I was just looking for the player's guide that we had for what I had for setting things up.
Let me see.
Thursday game. Karamiko Smoking Skulls 2. Here we are.
A very majestic beard.
We cool. What? Oh. Hey, D'Angelo Baker. Baker? I don't know. Okay, so we are allowing basically player's handbook stuff, Xanathar's, Eberron Rising from the Last War. Hey, I got some follows. Oh, I got a bunch of follows there. Holy shit. Real Trentos, Dr. Blue Tigger, World Anvil. Oh no, these are some of the older ones. And Error Nut just followed.
Error Nut. I love it.
Error Nut. Thanks. Good times.
404. Not found.
Renaissance firearms from the Dungeon Master's Guide are allowed. Like, you can have firearms. So yeah, Player's Handbook, Xanathar's Guide. Here, let me switch my screen so you can actually see it's on video. Level is now 12. So it's a level 12 character. They almost leveled this week, but they didn't quite reach a milestone. So yeah, you'll be level 12 at the moment. Player's Handbook. I'm gonna just send you a link to this as well.
Okay.
Share. But once again, this is what I made when they started the campaign, so any copy. Okay, so I have sent it to you now. So yeah, this is what they originally had. And do you have a link to like, I'm freely sharing it now, I don't even care anymore. Do you have a link to my book, Podley's Opus of the Esoteric?
I don't think I do.
Okay, me found a copy of it. Mastiff. Podley's Opus version 1.03, because I haven't finished updating for the 1.04 yet. Get link. Because that book is also allowed.
Excellent.
There you go. Okay, there we go. So yeah, Smokes and Skull 2. Don't worry as much about the premise, since they haven't dealt with that stuff in a very long time. They're currently on a big ass what do you want, a frigate? You've got a frigate now that's just like armed to the tits with like so many cannons and stuff.
What I like to call off the rails.
Yeah, well, it's a very sandboxy game. Like I was very much like I have a big map, bunch of islands. There's different like plot points at each island, but it was up to them what they wanted to do and where they wanted to go and stuff. There wasn't like a central core storyline. And depending on where they went and what they did is sort of would determine what, like, how the campaign went and where like the final like battles would be and stuff like that. And they chose the island where they released something, so that's what they're dealing with.
Okay.
On top of many other adventures. So, and being a pirate campaign, they even got the whole player versus player bullshit week out of the way already. So that's done.
Yeah.
That's the best time, though.
It was interesting. It was interesting. It was an easy session for me, I gotta say, as the DM. Because I'm just like sitting back, like I don't have to run anything. I just have to say who's next in the initiative order. That's great. Hawk says, well, off to my appointment, leaving you on both the monitors. Hey, thanks, bud. Much appreciated. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, Ebony, I also have a spot open in my Friday night game. It is not a sandboxy game, but it is more Dark Souls-esque. So low magic, high death, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
A lot.
We are pretty low on players for that one, because we technically have it's technically 3 players, right? But me,
Wes,
4 players.
And
Yeah.
Steve.
The problem with Steve, of course, is that his internet, even people, as I said, even people in Central Africa are not jealous of his internet. He lives in he's got the Chippenet in Chippewa. Like he lives like in a remote area where the only internet he can get is like mobile internet, and it's blocked by the tree lines, so he drops like every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
The only problem with Fridays is sporadic Fridays for me are the campaign that I'm running right now. It's like the only good day for them.
No worries.
Otherwise, that sounds amazing.
So yeah, Thursdays you're more than free to join then. So the roadmap or plan for Thursdays then at this point is, as I said, we're in the last dregs of this pirate campaign. We're probably going to see another 1 to 2 levels. So it looks like you're going to be reaching probably the like low to mid teens. And after that, we're going to be doing a short cipher game. Not like a full campaign, but like more than just like an adventure, like a couple adventures, like a short campaign or something, just so I can take a break from D&D for once. I don't mind fantasy and D&D, but I need to do something else for a while.
You're getting that burn.
I've been trying to get people to play something, especially like either modern or sci-fi or something, for a while, and they're finally letting me.
That's awesome.
So there's going to be that campaign. I will explain more about that when we get up to it. The campaign I'm going to be tinkering with and playing today is going to be the D&D campaign after that one, which is going to be a very Kingmaker-esque type of thing. You're going to start at low level. You earn yourself through events a plot of land, basically like an area. Start your own little village or town, work up your own castle, expand your control and territory, stuff like that. So there'd be a normal adventuring D&D stuff, but we're also using rules from like Matt Colville's Stronghold and Followers and whatnot, and doing what you used to do in 2nd edition, where you were a normal adventurer for the first X levels, but then when you reached a certain level, you also like became a lord and like did political shit at the same time.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, oh god, all I hear is politics and numbers.
Numbers.
But it's been very streamlined for a lot of things, and I like the way that stuff like, for instance, the warfare was done with the units, in that it's not a separate combat. You're not just like, okay, we're doing the warfare combat now. Generally, you're still in a combat with your characters, but on your turns, you also control what the units are doing in the background, is like a very streamlined, simplified thing. Yeah. So it's a very Lord of the Rings-esque thing, whereas like as the units are fighting, your heroes are also doing badass shit, and it actually meshes quite well. So
yep. Brennan Lee Mulligan actually did something similar to that when he did A Crown of Candy.
Aeronut says, yo, what's up? I'm trying to make a D&D map. Well, and thanks. I took a lot of time to think of Aeronut. Yeah, I'm actually going to be doing another map today. So here, let me switch over back to this screen. So it's this D&D campaign is going to be based in my Windermere world. Let me bring
You've been building that world for a long time.
Yeah, that's one I've been working on for a number of years now. Since like 2017. Let's go back to way to type World Anvil. World Anvil, thank you. Horus, yes. Okay. It'll be easier here. Because we got the interactive map. So, and there'll be like a basically a link to the World Anvil campaign once I finish planning it all for all the players. But my idea, now originally when I've played with players in this campaign setting before, they've always stuck to this island, the island of Windermere. I'm actually going to move my face to the lower left corner. This time, however, there's this area, part of the world here, this giant area called the Great Expanse, where it's basically, there's some towns and stuff, but for the most part, it's not controlled by any single anybody. It's just open wilderness and whatnot. I'm thinking of starting you guys like up in the foresty area here, and basically letting you control that. So I have to do another more like zoomed in map with proper hexes and everything for exploration and control. And I think that's one of the first things I'm going to be working on. So, yeah. What's up?
Did our tribal game base off this world?
No, our tribal game was actually on Eberron.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the tribal game was actually on Eberron. No, this one will be this world. Yeah. So I think that's pretty good. So we're going to, before we start getting into the nitty gritty with the world anvil stuff for the campaign, we gotta make a map, I would say, because we gotta make a more detailed, closer map, I think. Let's start with that. Actually, before we even start on a map, let's get in the basics of the rules and what we're doing for that shit. So you know what? Let's go to my, I like using Evernote for my campaign stuff. Also, Thrive. D&D. DM's binder. There we go. Bring that up. Because this is a document I've created to help myself when planning campaigns. I like to print it out when I'm doing like in-person things, but online it just gives me a good like format to do NPC lists, encounter sheets, stuff like that.
Oh, why did I type that? I can say that I have so much to learn.
I knew this follow was going to be a good idea. Awesome. Yeah, I release a lot of stuff as well that helps people out. Hopefully. And feel free to, there should be links down below for our Discord as well. We do a lot of stuff together. If you're looking for people to play games with or looking for tips or ideas, there's other D&D groups on there that I don't play with, but I know that, or you could also interact with. Javs Games. They play in a very different time zone because they're over in like UK is I think the most westernly players they have. A lot like some of them are in like Denmark and stuff. So, all right, so let's see here. I think we're going to. Oh, someone pretty princess to me.
I wasn't sure if it was still working.
Yeah, it still works. And if you do it on Twitch, of course, it's appearing that way for both Twitch and YouTube.
Princess time.
It's princess time. Okay.
Yeah, fabulous.
Oh, wow. Oh, I love it.
New notebook. Let's see here. So I haven't even come up with a name for this like Kingmaker-esque type of game. I guess to be announced.
I want that for like.
There we go.
To be announced D&D game. I love it. That's an amazing title.
Yeah, that's right. We'll just stick with that. That's all we need. Okay. So I think I'm gonna follow a similar format to what I've done before for stuff.
Yeah, I was like, I really want to remake Podley with the new Tasha's book out.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like that will be restricted to Kyle's game because you need Sir Gallant there.
Well, they're a duo. We got to play Sir Gallant and Podley. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's originally Podley just started out as an NPC like follower for my character Sir Gallant. And for those wondering, Sir Gallant, I play a paladin named Sir Gallant. He's a knight of the Order of the Rose, Phoenix dragon. Because when they asked him which one, he said yes and left the room. He's not smart. When I originally played him, he had an intelligence of 6 and a wisdom of 7, with the one flaw that basically gave it so he was like did have like abysmal perception. He's like a mixture of like Gaston from Beauty and the Beast, Zap Brannigan from Futurama, things like this. and he has a follower, a evil rogue follower, although he doesn't know he's evil, named Podley. He caught trying to steal his armor one day and thought he was just a servant, and Podley stuck on because he realized he could take this oath for everything he's worth. He lets Sir Gallant do all the work for getting all the treasure, and then he just reaps the benefits. So, and it's worked out as a concept. People love it.
It's absolutely genius.
Yeah, I've played him several times, and people always enjoy when I bring that character out. I like to switch things up, so I don't play him very often, but yeah. Okay. New note. So we're gonna say campaign setup. Yeah. Oh, the other thing I was going to mention on, there's a couple people watching that are probably wondering. So one of the books I generally allow in my campaigns is the book that I've been working on, Podley's Opus of the Esoteric, named after that character Podley. So there's things that I'll allow basically I may not in the next campaign allow all of this stuff, but I got like half ogres in Quick's game here. We got someone playing a Kirchpa, squirrel folk, mongrel folk, rat folk. Basically it's just a bunch of my own like house rules that I've compiled into a book, including
I'm actually reading through it right now, and I got really excited when I saw rat folk.
Rat folk.
I'm playing a rat folk. Yeah, I'm playing a rat folk named Skitter right now. He was an artificer wizard, but he just retrained into pure wizard. And he said some good things.
Just about all your races that you came up with have seen field work.
Yeah, we've had mongrel folk. We've had, I think, one mongrel folk player. We've had half ogre a few times.
Yeah, we had two of them in the tribal game.
And I've been the one playing the rat folk the longest. Constantly, every time the bad guy's like, give up, and he's like, I give up immediately, and everyone's like, really? He's like, what? And then he immediately tries to backstab them.
I give up. Magic missile.
Yeah. What? And it's amazing how often the immunity to like poison and disease really does come into play.
I thought it funny. It was like you were like purifying your water, and I was like, aren't you immune to diseases?
Yeah, but he likes nice taste. And I made these before, like I wrote a lot. I've been writing this for a while, and it was made before the artificer was a thing. I didn't realize how good of an artificer they are, because they get slight intelligence boost, and they're always considered to have tinker's tools and thieves tools, even if they don't have the tools.
Yeah, even if they're naked. I was reading that the other day.
So I was like, because I made that before artificer was a thing, so they're actually quite good artificers. Which is what Skitter started out with. He had like a gun that was made of like spare junk parts and whatnot. And you need viewers, so I chose you, but I will choose a half-elf monk for shits and giggles. I'll choose you. But yeah, there's a lot of things in here. One of the things I'm pretty proud of, is a few things I've reworked on it recently. So there will be an update to it, but there's a whole new class in here, the Summoner class, that I have, not major reworks, but it needed some tweaks, and I just finished doing that. I think it was live on stream last stream, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. So that one's done. The Blood Wizard, I basically made that one for myself, although I've had a player in one of my games play it as well. Wes played it. That has been very popular among spellcasters, the blood magic wizard tradition. People like that one. So yeah, lots of shit. And of course it's got my thing on hexes and high seas adventures and stuff. Although the high seas adventures, that whole section is completely out of date. It's part of the reason we were playing the pirate game, was just so I could work through that stuff. And now that I have, there's going to be some major reworks that is going to be getting. I just didn't want to do that mid-campaign. So campaign set up. Let's see here. I guess we'll go through the stuff. So I don't know. I'm always torn about starting at level 1. It's nice to start at the basics, but I feel at level 1 things are a bit too up to chance. Like a goblin that crits once could just insta-give you.
Yeah.
I learned that the hard way. Trying to do like an intro battle for my players because most of them are new. And they got I just threw in a couple skeletons and they got rocked.
I remember playing in a 2nd edition game with my buddy Richie, and I remember like he threw goblins at us, but they had armor, and he didn't realize like how much of a difference that would make. Fucking wiped the hell out of us. Of course, he was like high as shit while running that game, so it was the funniest thing in the world to him. So yeah, I think starting level, let's go a little bit lower, or let's go a little bit higher. Let's say 2.
Yeah, I feel like 2 or 3 is like a good like jumping off point.
It's like I'm tempted at 3 because at that point everyone has their specialty. But I don't know, 2 gives that little bit of like, a lot of you who don't have your specialty except for like a couple certain classes. Yeah, like wizard will get it, warlocks will get it, things like that.
I feel like starting out 2, like your character's already kind of like into the adventuring game, whatnot, and he hasn't fully found his niche yet, so it kind of lets your character unfold naturally.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good starting point. You've got possibly double the hit points of level 1, first of all. Some of you have your specialty, but a lot of times you're not that into it, or a lot of classes don't have their specialty. Dude, playing Magic High is harder than anyone thinks. Wizards are my bomb. I love the bookkeeping of it, and just the concept to me. Like, if you think of any other Magic class, except even Bard to a degree, you're either getting magic from someone else, somewhere else, or it's just given to you through some process. Wizards are the only ones that have to work for it, and it's entirely self-made, and it's entirely through their own like sets of like rules and experimentation, like science. They don't get it from outside source. They are their own source of power, and I like that. So yeah, we're gonna do starting level 2. I think I'm gonna do for stat attribute generation
20-point buy.
No, I'm just gonna do the standard EHB types. Basically all like whether you want to do the what is the default 27-point buy?
27.
So 27 standard array, or you can roll if you want to do the standard rolls, which is the 46.
Wes always rolls and he always gets like, well, to him shit stat. So everyone else just be. He's
like, oh man, this is a shit stat. It's below 16. I'm like, dude, the average person's a 10.
Yeah.
And
everybody wants to be a superhero.
I showed him in that last campaign. What was it? Wayne? No. What campaign was it? Where I was playing
Wayne.
Yeah,
Wayne, you start like your highest stat was a 12, I think.
Yeah, I had all like baseline things. Hey, thanks for the follow, edubs88. Yeah, I had all baseline like middle of the row stats. I was like a monk, eventually monk fighter, I think, and
yeah,
I kicked ass. You don't have to have high stats. Honestly, that extra +1 or +2, yes, it's a bigger deal in 5th edition than it was in previous editions, but it's not the end of the world if you're 1 less. Whatever. So yeah, attribute generation, we're gonna go with standard. Allowed books. And there's going to be some exceptions for this particular campaign. As much as I love artificers and guns and shit, I actually don't think it would. No, I don't know. I wanted this one to be low magic. This one was going to be low magic, or low fantasy rather. So I'm thinking no artificers. But so allowed books. Let's do this. One form. So obviously, player's handbook. Anyone that doesn't allow the player's handbook, a little weird. Not gonna lie. Xanathars is always a given. Guide to everything.
So I'm gonna play a Hexblade because I know you love Hexblades.
I don't hate Hexblades. It's just like, name me a campaign these days where someone's not playing one, or at least level dipped.
Everyone wants to play Hexblade.
Like, or like level dipped 2 or 3 levels in Hexblade. I know you just gotta have intelligence, wisdom, and dex. You don't have to. Like, once again, I look at my Sir Gallant character. All 3 of those stats you just named are dumped. Like, there are times, like, I won't even take extra points for them. I will just dump the stats without raising any other stats just for funsies, because it's part of the character. I will actually ask if I can dump his intelligence to like a 6 without getting any benefit out of it. All he really needs is charisma and strength.
Yeah.
The fact that he hasn't died in more campaigns is surprising. I think it's because everyone
died before him in the one campaign.
Yeah. I think it's just everyone protects him.
Spawned behind him.
Like the things that I've done with that character. I remember one time I had to go save someone from a well or something. So in full plate mail with a tower shield, I jumped into the well full of water. And at the bottom of the well, I found another shield. So there he is, dual wielding shields, trying to swim. Almost drowns, and when I get out of the well, no one told him to breathe again. So out of character, me as the player was holding my breath, waiting.
Probably just looks at me, he's like, breathe.
And I'm like, like, how has that character not died? So Tosh is going to be allowed. Podlease, Opus of the Esoteric is going to be allowed.
I'll probably have to make a character on D&D Beyond if I want to have access to Tasha's.
Yeah, I'll make a campaign in D&D Beyond, and I believe I'm set up so that if I share it, you'll have access to all the books I have on D&D Beyond. So you should have access to all that shit. And of course, I also, for the Roll20 game, I'm obviously a pro subscriber, so we'll have all the fancy toys there as well. I just wish the line of sight shit would work properly and not crap out for half the people.
I hear they're working on it. Like, there's just many bugs they have to.
They've done a lot of
updates. Track line of sight for every character and who could see what, and like what happens if this person moves here and that person's there, and if there's a light source over here, and there's somebody cast darkness over there. It gets out of hand quickly.
Okay, strongholds and followers. Actually, I don't think I need to incorporate that because I don't know if there's any. I don't think there's actually any player options in that per se.
Might be some flavor stuff, but I mean nothing that really benefits your character directly.
No, that's all about the strongholds and followers, which is stuff that you won't get at first, like at the initial level anyway. So I don't. Is there any other books? So once again, this is going to be like a sort of micro kingdom. Like, you're going to be like lords and ladies and stuff eventually once you've earned the spot. You got to like clear the area and claim it and stuff. But what kind of other books do you think we should incorporate? Is that good?
Player's Handbook.
I already got that. It's the first one. Because I don't think any of the other, like the magic ones, like I'm not gonna have any Veldocken or whatever.
No Wild Mount.
No, I don't know. The races, I don't think I'm too against the races from Mythic Odysseys of Theros. None of the other player options match well, but I'm looking at, I've got like a physical copy of right here of Mythic Odysseys of Theros, because that one's got Minotaur, Satyr, Centaur. Like, I don't mind those. Mind you, I do want this one to be lower fantasy, I did say, so I might actually have a limit. maybe I'll limit what races. I don't normally put limits in a lot of my games. Like in the pirate game, I've allowed pretty much anything.
Yeah, that was just like my Teshin game. It was pretty open on what you guys get to play. Like, only in like the city survival one, I was really limited. I was like, all right, 20 point buy, these books only.
Yeah.
No artificer.
Now, I wanted to be lower fantasy as far as like magical items and stuff are concerned. Like, we're gonna go low fantasy in 5th edition. 5th edition is made literally that until you reach super high echelon tier, like late teens nearing 20, you don't need magical items. You could literally not find any magical items to that point and still play the game balanced.
Yeah, my fighter didn't have a magical weapon until like level 11.
Yeah, you can, like, you should be perfectly fine with that. So that's what I'm going to be. I'm doing low fantasy. So you guys are probably not going to see a magical item beyond like potions until like maybe level 6. But I don't know. In D&D, I find fantasy doesn't really determine the races allowed. I'm okay, I think, with the races. What do you guys think about like being low fantasy but still having like other races incorporated?
I mean, like, there's no races out there aside from Bugbear that really like scream out of place.
Yeah.
Like, Bugbear is just imbalanced.
Mm-hmm. And in my campaign setting, like, all of the races are basically there, well, except for like Warforged, because there's not really a thing for Warforged in there, but like basically not the Eberron races for the most part.
Yeah. And like, I love Warforged, but I'm like, I'm not going to be playing them all the time.
I'm taking
I'll
notes.
bust them out once in a while.
Oh, and if I haven't shared some of the stuff, like my DM binder stuff on my Discord, let me know if anyone like wants it. I'll share it. Because like, once again, I've got a lot of things in here, including this. This is the most handy page right here. It's got things for if you do the solo boss templates, quick reference guide if you're using the mob rules, right? AK4 swarms, and then quick stats if you just quickly need to pull a monster out of your ass. Which
those are that little PDF there has been a staple for my Friday night game.
Oh, good. I pull a lot of things from my games out of my ass.
I'll take any resources that you can provide, because I need I need to learn so much.
Yeah, no worries. I got stuff like that. And once again, if you're on my YouTube video after the stream, of course, for anyone interested, check out my video on the hexes. You're probably like, what the fuck is that?
So good.
Honestly, check it out. It's changed the lives of every other GM in my circle since I introduced it. And it's how we're honestly doing dungeons a lot of the times these days, as well as things like random weather effects and everything. Fucking worth it, let me tell you what. So definitely check out that video. I think I'm gonna do, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the allowed books here, but then I'm going to have specific, so I'm gonna say allowed rules. But then there's gonna be specific things allowed or not allowed. So player's handbook, I'm just gonna do all.
Yeah, Era, if you want to join the Discord, there's the link for you. Just
thanks.
Read the rules in the README.
Xanathar's guide, I'm also gonna do all. I don't think there's anything in Xanathar's guide I would limit. Tasha's
Class restrictions? If you want low fantasy?
I think the only thing I'm going to restrict at first is going to be Artificer. So for Tasha's, I'm just going to say, I'm going to make notes under it. Yeah, there we go. No Artificer. It's like, I love Artificer and I love the new options for Artificer, but I don't think it matches the theme of the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost tempted. Like, it kind of goes against the thing. If it wasn't so low magic, I would be making a bard creation. Yeah.
The Game Mommy followed my channel. Hey, how's it going? The Game Mommy. I love parents that play D&D. I remember playing with my buddy Rob when he was just like, his daughter Danny had just been born, and he was like bouncing her on his shoulder, and he's like, the goblins are attacking. This is so good. Gaming parents are the best. And once again, with the pandemic thing going on, he basically bred his own players.
Yeah.
He's got his whole family playing games with him. It's great. Oh, shit. So, yeah, we're going to say no Artificer from Tasha's.
Are you like just a start or? Period.
I think period.
Okay.
That part of my setting doesn't really have much in the way of things for Artificers. Where's my Tasha's? Oh, there it is. Why am I looking at the physical books? It's just easier to look on D&D Beyond. I'm just seeing if there's anything else I want to limit from Tasha's. I don't think so. Sources.
Give you that new book smell.
Yeah, well, I own physical copies because theoretically one day pandemic's going to be over and we're good to get together.
I'll miss you guys.
Well, I mean, we'll still play online games. My Thursday game may move offline, but I still might, if you're willing. You know, one I'll be in your game. I'm assuming you're still probably going to run it, and then if you don't or something changes, I'm still willing to maybe do an online game because yeah, I'm going to miss you, buddy. You live too fucking far away.
Yeah.
Move back to the southern part of the province, damn it.
I'm comfy up here. This place is actually not too bad.
Although Bad Hair Gaming, when pandemic is over and we go to physical games, you're more than welcome to join us in the... I trust you. I mean, we've played how many games in person before? I actually had played games with you before basically any of the other jackals currently in my campaign, so...
Oh man, such a good campaign too.
Except for Drew.
That's another thing you were talking about, Kat, is like wanting to do like D&D stories and like regale people with like your past experiences.
Yeah, I find like half the fun of these types of streams, like I've gotten very little written here. I'm sorry if anyone's here to actually see the content I'm writing because it's not happening very fast. But I find half the fun of doing these streams is having people to chat with and having like stories you go through and stuff. Because some of the horror stories or even good stories.
You DM'd one of the first campaigns, like really good campaigns that I ever played, which was Fails of the Lance.
Oh, Fails of the Lance. Oh, yes.
I carried that character through, I think, Fails was, second or third edition?
Second edition.
So I carried Noir
AD&D
from
second
to Pathfinder to 5e.
God damn. I don't remember what your character was.
He was a Wizard of the Black Tower.
Oh, yes, oh, yeah, you're a wizard. I remember now. That was a few years ago.
A long time ago.
A few years ago. I mean, we were still playing second edition. mind you, we played second edition. Like, we almost skipped third edition for the longest time. Like, we just kind of stuck with second edition for, like, the longest time.
Yep.
E-Dubs 88. Noir was a badass in Pathfinder.
That's my brother, Eric.
Oh, okay. All right. Then he knows. Yeah, I forgot about that. Noir. So I'm not seeing, except for the Artificer, I'm not seeing anything else that... I might have to go through... I don't think there's any of the options I would even care about banning, per se.
Your summoner class is insane, and I love it.
Yeah, there's been a couple of tweaks with it, especially since, like, with Tasha's, there was a bunch of new, like, summoning spells and shit like that, so I had to tweak a couple of things. The one where you get the spells earlier, that feature has been changed. That's the only, like, sort of major rework. Basically, instead of learning the spells earlier, which I thought was a little too overpowered, they just take basically -1 slot when casting them.
Okay.
So you still have to be the right level to learn them, but they cost you a slot lower to actually cast them. But yeah, the summoner's pretty... I've had a couple of summoners played in my games, actually, and it's turned out pretty good. Most of them have done, like, the minion master, where they focus on like that single minion, which I think is more fun really than like the whole bunch of nameless henchmen. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't see any problem with any of the options. Ranger there. I think I'm going to include my Ranger revamp. I was still kind of working on it, but in case someone wants to do it, I basically have a magic free Ranger that I had worked on. I'm going to add that as well. Get link. Anyone with the link?
Yeah, send me that link. I'll take a look at it. Give it some field test if you want.
Magic free Ranger. Yeah, take a look at it before we do anything. Because I was still tinkering with it. No one has actually like tried it out or anything yet. There, I've sent you the link for it.
Sweet.
Yeah, basically it had like traps instead of spells. Like you just didn't get spells, and it was on top of that, it was a rework of the Ranger. Like they tried to sort of fix it in Tasha's, but I find they still didn't do enough to fix Ranger. Ranger still feels broken in a bad way to me. Like not broken like it's too powerful, broken like, really, you want to play that? All right.
It doesn't do enough.
It doesn't do enough.
Like the redheaded stepchild.
It is the redheaded stepchild of the D&D classes. Like as far as I'm concerned, the worst character you could play mechanically in D&D, and if you want to play it like because of the theme, go for it, would be like a mountain dwarf ranger. Just like you get nothing out of it. Well, a mountain dwarf beastmaster ranger is probably the most tits useless character you can make mechanically in D&D, the 5th edition.
So He-Man?
I guess, or more like Beastmaster.
Yeah, I actually kind of steered away from Ranger from the PHB because like it's
still viable. Like it's not so broken that it can't be used, and it's viable, especially if you multi-class with it. Yeah, but
everything that Ranger can do, like an Eldritch Knight fighter can do.
Yeah,
as well, if not
honestly, like for me, playing a Ranger 1 to 20 makes no sense. If I really wanted to play that type of character, I'd do like a Druid fighter and probably be 10 times more effective. So, but that's only if you're worried about the mechanics bit. I mean, if you want just the Ranger for the flavor of it and stuff like that, great, no problem. Thaler, thanks for the follow. Getting a lot of follows today. That's awesome shit. So this is the Magic List Ranger. I'm gonna have to make another channel in my Discord and just start posting. I realized how many custom shits that I've made for 5th edition that I haven't posted that people would probably be interested in. So yeah, you get traps instead of spells, and you can set traps and you can throw out the traps. I don't have a ton of traps yet, but I was modeling them sort of after the way like the artificer turrets work or whatnot mechanically, like the trap, but they do their own thing. Like there's like a blinding trap and, you know, one that grapples them, and damaging traps and stuff like that. And then, you know, I tried to fix things like basically like Hunter's Mark is built into the class, since 1, you lose Hunter's Mark, and 2, like name a ranger that wouldn't choose Hunter's Mark, and you name someone that's dumb. It's like in Critical Role,
doesn't seem useful.
That's like the first thing like basically Laura ever did with her ranger. She's like, okay, so Hunter's Mark, and then like that's the first thing you do. So I just built it into the class. Just as a bonus action, you can mark them, and it acts like Hunter's Mark, basically. So there's no reason not to have that. I don't know. So I will give the person the option. Optional Magic Free Ranger. If you want to play the Ranger from players, the mixture of Tasha's and players, that's on you. Go for it. I'm fine, I think, with all. Oh no, there's a feat, Artificer Initiate feat. I don't think I should allow, obviously. You learn a cantrip, you learn a spell. Actually, that's not that bad. It doesn't give you any like infusions or anything. Okay, I'm fine with it. I'm not going to bother with it. Is it okay if I share a bit of homebrew with you? If you want to describe it, yeah, go for it. I like homebrew stuff. Feel free to jump on the Discord and you can do, there's like a share your stuff section where you can like share whatever as well. A lot of people do. The Ghost Kitten keeps sharing in the wrong section. It's like, share your stuff. Here's my bank. What? Ghost Kitten. You're fun in a lot of ways, but buddy. And a magic adept. Yeah, I think I'm fine with all of the feats. Yeah, I see nothing else wrong with Tasha's. So we're gonna be fine for that. Tasha's optional magic free ranger. Let's oops, shit. I'm fucking up. There we go.
The barbarian subclass that allows you to heal others when you take damage. Interesting.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's like that new monk that can heal you with a slap.
Slap.
No, my bad. What? Well, your bad what? Did I miss something? Okay. So, allowed rules. So, Xanathar's is going to be everything. Tasha's is going to be everything. Podley's is going to be everything. Well, Tasha's not everything. It's no Artificer. I would still, like, even the Artificer Initiate feat, I'd still be okay with. Because, honestly, all it's giving you is spells. It's just a caster's feat.
I'm actually really liking the feel of your No Magic Ranger.
Oh, good. Yeah. I just Ranger, like I don't mind Rangers being magical, but it just feels like, especially if you're Rangers started because of the Rangers from Lord of the Rings, where they were just people. They were just like wilderness fighters, basically. So it just makes sense that there would be a magic free version. I don't know. So we're gonna put this back to allowed books. Okay, all right. So we'll get this done out of the way, and I think the next step we should probably do is after this is gonna be the map. So starting gear is gonna be, or starting equipment is gonna be normal. Or actually, let's just do equipment. And then let's be smart about this, because we might have to reference this later in the future. So then starting equipment, there's like level 2, normal, higher levels, low fantasy. Because on page 38, I think it is, of the DMG, is where it lists the table of starting equipment after first level. I think it's page 38. Is it on? Do I have it on D&D Beyond? Sauce's Dungeon Master's Guide. Oh, they don't have it listed like the other books where it's just like as the book. That's not useful. I think it's page 38. Document is and share your stuff. When you take damage while raging, you can use your reaction to heal a creature other than you that can see within 30 feet. Equal to your barbarian level plus half the damage taken. The damage cannot be self-inflicted. Equal to your con mod. Not bad. It seems like you can use number of times per rage equal to your con mod. It seems like a lot of healing.
Yeah.
Or too many uses. Because like that's a fair amount of healing. Like if you look at healing spells and stuff like that, and the fact that you can do it a number of times per rage equal to your con mod. If you're like a decked out, Like if you're like really geared to doing this and you have like a +4 or a +5, you can rage twice at low levels. That's 8 to 10 times that you're healing half the damage plus your level. And that's like right like at level 3.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful.
That's a lot of healing. That would end up probably amounting to more healing than a lot of healing classes. Mechanically. It's a neat idea. I'd have to take a look at the rest of the class, depending on what else that you get with it. But that just, it feels like a little bit too much. I would either lower the amount of healing, which would probably be your best bet. It's a bunch of tiny healings is better than like a few big healings, and more useful for a player as well. Or I would lower the number of times, because like a number of times per rage equal to your Constitution modifier is a lot.
I'd probably make it like if you want to make it like every time you get hit, make it like 2d4 plus your con modifier, to one target within 30 feet.
Since like you, as a barbarian, you're already getting a lot of things. Gotta go. My friend wants me to help him with homework. See you. Nice watching you. Yeah, later. Much appreciated for joining. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's page 38 of the DMG for equipment stuff. So we're just gonna stick with that. Boop. Okay. I don't think there's anything else we need. Let's go to like Thursday game. What have I used in past players guides? Here's the one from Karamikos. Okay. So in Karamikos, it was just standard, like just an array. It wasn't a standard array, it was just an array. Once again, I'm fine with a standard array or whatever for this. Races. Yeah, you know what? I think I am gonna add Mythic Odyssey. Why am I brain farting and spelling Odyssey? Odyssey. Fuck. That's not right, is it? Yes, it is. Oh, it is. It is right. Okay, never mind. Theros. We're gonna do races only. Actually, do I want all the races? Let's see here. Let's see. This one I don't have on D&D Beyond, so I have to use the physical book. No, because Triton and Leonin don't really make sense.
I have a question for you.
What's that?
When you're using D&D Beyond, what do you do for things that you don't have in there? Like, you don't have the book, do you just add it as custom content?
Yeah, I usually just add it as custom content.
Okay.
Like I've got most of the stuff on there. I got a lot of the stuff on there now, but yeah, there's been a couple of things, like certain races that for the longest time I didn't have a Goliath, so I just added it as homebrew content. It's a pain in the ass to do, and I think they did that on purpose just so you couldn't just add everything yourself. Like, yeah, their interface for adding homebrew content in D&D Beyond sucks so badly.
I was kind of disappointed that of all books, the player's handbook wasn't just like a freebie book when you signed up.
Well, I can understand why. Remember, D&D Beyond is not run by Wizards. It is another company.
Okay.
It's actually run by Curse. They are just very much in league with Wizards, but it is another company. They're a reseller, basically.
I see.
So they can't give it away. Races only, and then I'm gonna put like Centaur, Minotaur, and Satyr, because I'd be fine with those three. Once again, the Leonin and the Triton just don't make sense for the campaign setting.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then, you know, like Minotaurs, I'm usually okay with Minotaurs, and in my setting, which you guys will learn about more as we actually play it, Minotaurs are around. Satyrs, I'm generally okay with in pretty much any campaign. And Centaurs, I mean, that's a play at your own risk. I mean, the biggest boss battle you can come across as a Centaur is a ladder.
Yeah.
You reach a ladder, it's your only way out. Fuck! I'm a Centaur. Fucking horse.
Especially with a low skill, like low magic campaign.
If anyone ever makes like a cow version of the Centaur, I hope there's a race feature where you can't go downstairs.
Well, I mean, I've seen like mechanically they added in the wheelchair design, right? So you'd have the same problem.
Schmoots! Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I saw your Etsy store was doing some stuff that you had like a sale on or something like that. Yeah, so I'm okay with Centaur. That stuff like that. Restricted below, and honestly, there's for the subclasses that are in Theros, I think they're all reprinted in Tasha's anyways. Just races, and then say only Centaur, Minotaur, Satyr. I have the plague right now. Oh no. Like, oh no.
You got the Kurobo?
Like the legitimate plague? Loud Noises is here. How's it going? Loud Noises, hey, we're actually working on a future campaign you're gonna be playing in. They're helping me make some initial decisions. She's got the Ronal. Oh. Well, feel better. Hopefully it's not too bad for you. Some people seem to breeze through it. Hopefully you're one of those.
Schmoots and stuff. They'll plow right through it.
Now, the only other thing I have to... the thing I'm gonna put in here, races, player's handbook. Okay. Dragonborn. We need to talk first. Dragonborn have a very specific history in my world. And they're considered like less than second class citizens in most places.
Oh no.
Because like one of the basic premises of my world, let me go to the map just so we've got like something to see while we're doing it. Back to World Anvil. You to the map. Okay. So now we're on the map here. So one of the basic premises of this is in the country of Oro, down below, the elves rediscovered basically a library that because there was dark times, history was lost, stuff like that. No one knew. Basically, everyone had to start over with civilization. The elves discovered an ancient library that had all the history still intact. And on top of that, they rediscovered something called Elven High Magic that gave them like a bit of a leg up compared to everybody else. Well, the elves saw histories of these ancient bloodlords and stuff that used to like basically control the world, and they're like, hells nah. So they created something called the Uniq milieu that would bring peace and civilization the elven way to everyone else in the world, whether they liked it or not. So when they come across a new civilization, race, country, whatever, they give you a choice. You can do the 100-year probationary period where they judge you. They literally have a member of the Uniq milieu called a criterion that comes and judges you for 100 years as a society. Or you can refuse, at which point they will either obliterate you or separate you from the rest of the world magically. The Dragonborn are in a weird in-between state in that they themselves are considered basically homeless because of a calamity that happened. and they just kind of live elsewhere. But some of the other, they're like refugees basically, and some of the other countries have kind of taken them in. But the elves of the Irenic milieu have decided that the Dragonborn are, because they're societyless, they're allowed, but they're basically non-entities. They're restricted on how much wealth they can have. They're restricted on what jobs they can have, things like this. Same with the Goliath.
The beggars of the world.
Yeah, the Goliath are all focused in this one area, the Giant's Palm Plains. It's like a giant, really high up plateau. So like they're only comfortable there because of they don't get altitude sickness or anything because of their racial feats. But they basically told the Irenic milieu to go suck it. And the only reason the elves were like okay with that is because they didn't want the area anyways, because they can't live there. But the Goliath are currently under what basically a type of suffrage from the one town and being used, and like there's a thing for it. But you guys are gonna be down here. So if you're a Dragonborn, we gotta have a talk. Yeah.
No, I will not be playing a Dragonborn. I play a Dragonborn in Hawks game. Don't want to play the same race twice.
Yeah. Just launched new products today. Ooh.
I will be right back.
Okay. I don't think there's any other specific races that Tieflings and Celeste and Asmars are all fine and stuff. Actually, I haven't listed a book that has Asmars in it. That would be in Volo's guide, wouldn't it? I don't even think I'm going to bother with it. And actually, Tieflings are all from another specific part of the world. Tieflings. We need to talk first. Yes, Tieflings and Asmar in this world are also a little bit different. They all come from the island of Katea. And they, instead of being like accidental creations due to whatever, basically the Tieflings and the Asmar are specifically eugenics, like by these celestial godlike beings that actually live physically on the island. And they're the chosen ones. Basically, like if you're a Tiefling or an Asmar, 10-to-1 you were probably nobility or something of some kind.
Okay.
So then that's another one we'll have a talk with. I think also I'm wondering if I should allow some of the races from the Eberron book. No, they wouldn't really match. That's the most comprehensive things for like goblins and orcs and stuff, but I don't think that's going to match for. I want this to be a slightly more classic, lighthearted, like your heroes per se. I think we've had enough darkness in our lives as well as dark campaigns recently.
You've given a pretty wide range to work with.
Yeah.
Although no changelings is a little sad.
Yeah, they're a pretty badass race. They wouldn't really. I don't really have anything for changelings in this. Yeah, and the other between Podleys, including some things from Theros, there's more than enough races. Actually, I'm still even wondering if I should bother incorporating that for the Centaur, Minotaur, Satyr. You know, I think I'm gonna remove that. We don't even need that many. There's still, if you want to play something odd, there's a few extras in Podleys.
Honestly, with the options available, I really want to try a druid, a Circle of the Spore druid. Oh. Sure, go for it. If you want. That is the other class aside from Beastmaster Ranger that's considered kind of meh. There is one other option I actually should include here then. Duskwood Druid. Which is a subclass that's specific to this campaign setting. Duskwood Druid. Circle of Duskwood, here it is.
which is a necromantic druid. Instead of wild shape, for instance, you get death shape, where you actually turn into an undead creature instead of a beast.
That's cool.
You get some things like at level 1, you get like animate dead animal, false life, ray of sickness. You get a necrotic presence. Like it's all like it's about the death side of nature basically, and undead. Eventually at level 14 you get a thrall, where you can just like turn, as long as it's a beast, dragon, fade, giant, humanoid, monstrosity, or plant, you can just like, if it's dead, you can make it thrall out of it.
That's nuts.
So that one is another one that's going to be allowed. Yeah, the necrotic presence at 6th level, you can use your reactions to sort of have the amount of healing that other people get. So if like the bad guys are about to heal, you can be like, oh hells no.
You may have swayed my options, sir.
Yeah, that one's not in Podleys because it was campaign specific to this setting.
I see.
Because you're from a specific place. Let me go back to the map. You're specifically from this little forest up here on this island that you'll see in the stream in a second. Right there. So yeah. Because it's an island that's been infected with basically like the border between it and the Shadowfell are very, very thin. Equipment at level 2, so we'll put at level 2. Normal, at higher levels, low fantasy. Okay. Ba-bow. What else did we include? Yeah, I'm not gonna have I'm gonna put no guns. I have nothing against guns in D&D, and anyone that's like, guns don't belong in D&D because it's not the right time period. Guns were invented before plate mail. In real life, on Earth, plate mail was invented after guns. Think about that. So for anyone that's like, it's not realistic, neither's plate mail if you're in that. Like, yeah.
But you know, fireballs are okay.
Fireballs are okay, yeah. But if like, it's not right for the time period, neither is plate mail. And then we talked about this before. One thing that still mystifies us to this day is like there are armors that have never existed, like studded leather. But yet the most effective armor ever created in real life, it is considered the armor that changed the game. Gambesson is not in D&D and has never been in D&D. Gambesson armor was considered one of the most effective armors ever made. Like there's entire, like, you can want to watch like YouTube videos of like mini documentaries and how effective this armor was. It was considered more effective than like plate mail or chainmail or anything. It was maneuverable, but it's had the same stopping power as a mixture of leather and plate and like all these things. Not in D&D. Weird. But yet studded leather, which never actually really existed. I don't know. Little history note there for everybody. Okay, so a couple things we are gonna do with this, I think, is I wanted this to be okay. I'm gonna have a section for stronghold and followers rules. Information. Actually, this doesn't need to be point form.
If it's a Kingmaker style campaign, what does like monetary start looking like?
Oh, that's another thing I wanted to add. You just reminded me, I forgot. I am shifting everything down a level. So if something in the player's handbook has a gold piece value, it now has a silver piece value. If something in a silver piece value, it's a copper piece value. And if something in a copper piece value, 10 to 1, you're not worrying about it anyways, and you can just pick it up. This is because like you reach like even moderately low levels, like level 6, how often do you bother with your copper or silver pieces in the game anymore? It's like useless having them. It was like the same reason we got rid of pennies in real life, like why we don't have them anymore.
Yep.
So I'm like downscaling everything so that like where you would be using gold pieces, you'll be using silver pieces instead. But at the same time, I'm still going to be granting you probably a lower amount of like silver pieces in return. Like it's going to be a fairly low progression for equipment. As for starting equipment, it's as per standard, as per like I said, I think it's page 38 of the DMG. The first, what is it, 4 levels, I'll use the normal starting equipment. It's not until level 5 that you start getting advanced, like more equipment when you create a new character. There should be, let's see here, 5E starting equipment by level. I'm sure someone has something somewhere, like somewhere in chart form. 'Cause for some reason in D&D Beyond it's kind of janky. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why. Okay, people have a lot of custom rules for it apparently. Well, it's in there. D&D Beyond.
It's like rules for Uno.
Yeah, everyone's got slightly different world of your own, creating adventures. Like some of the other books, like with Tasha's in D&D Beyond, it's set up in the order the book is set up in, which is awesome. For some reason, this is not. Tears of Play, maybe? Starting equipment. Here it is. Yeah. In D&D Beyond, it's under Tears of Play. Once again, in the book, pretty sure it's page 38. We've referenced that one enough.
Back.
So the first 4 levels in D&D is normal starting equipment, whether you're low magic, standard, or high magic. I call them low fantasy, standard, or high fantasy, but whatever. So low fantasy, when you're between 5th and 10th level, you're going to see less. You're going to see less golds than the other ones. Actually, no, about the same. But you don't get any like magical items or anything. And eventually, it's just less magical items as you go up. But this also gives you a rough standard candle of where you should be at by the time you reach that time. Like by 5th level, you figure they should be roughly around each 500 gold plus a D10 times 25 is roughly where they'd be, maybe a little bit more, with no magical items. I mean, by that point, even low magic, you might start finding occasional magical items, but it gives you a good standard candle of how much wealth they should really have, unless you're in like a full Monty Hall campaign, which is my Friday game right now. We've got like 6 artifacts.
Saturday.
Lily, Saturday. Saturday. I don't know why I said Friday. Friday is the opposite of that.
Yeah. You guys probably won't see a magic item till level 10.
You need more dragons. Oh, there'll be dragons. You'll piss off dragons. So it's you're not gonna have to worry about that stuff for a few levels yet, and hopefully only if you die. The other thing I wanted to do for this one, I'm gonna put a section at the end for optional rules. Actually, I'm gonna bring some of them in from my house rules thing, because I've got a lot of house rules I tend to use over and over, so I keep a document for that. So we're gonna say optional. Well, I'll name it house rules. House and optional, because it's a bit of both. Okay, so human variant is allowed. Variant allowed, because remember that technically human variant's an optional rule. Hell, feats are an optional rule.
Yep.
Wiser wants my hot pocket. You didn't make me a hot pocket.
You didn't make me one either.
Dragonborn lifespan. Lifespan. Virtually infinite. I don't understand. Dragonborn and Turtles in 5th edition are both like human like lifespans. I don't get that.
I don't know. Wizards wanted to do this thing with like their Tortolans and their freaking Dragonborn, and like they're entitled to their wrong opinion.
Yeah. Oh, so Dragonborn. I'm gonna put virtually infinite lifespan, and they have tails.
Yes.
Because once again, Wizards decided Dragonborn don't have tails.
Hold on.
Wrong.
Let me get this straight. The Dragonborn in your campaign live forever, and they live like shit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it was only like maybe 20 years ago that they lost their home and have become like refugees. But like some of them are fucking old. Like they've seen shit, but they just don't have the power to fight the elves right now. So they're less than second class citizens. They're like not slaves. Like they can still get paid, but they're borderline indentured servants half the time.
Wow.
They just
minimum wage retail work.
But at the same time, a lot of the Dragonborn, even like the super old ones with like, you know, the dull scales, and you can tell that they've been around just like, fuck it, I'll just wait it out. It'll get better eventually.
Sorry, so they're call center workers.
So I'll put the thing about no, the Ranger can leave there. Yeah, Dragonborn, like for Wizards, make them super short-lived and had no tails. It just seems weird. Okay, as long as you have a component pouch or focus, you don't need to keep track of components without a specific listed price. It's kind of raw, like it's kind of rules as written, but it's not actually clearly stated anywhere in the book. It's not clearly stated in the player's handbooks. I
am as a DM pretty lenient on the component pouch. As long as you say I have a component pouch, I don't care. I'm not going to keep track of like, well, you only have like 3 pinches of powder and 1 eye of newt or something like that. You can't cast the spell.
Yeah. I don't use alignments. I consider it sort of outdated. It's just a holdover from previous editions. I mean, it doesn't really have any mechanical uses in 5th edition anyways. Like, there's no detect evil spell or anything. There's no way to detect alignment. So, it's fine.
One of the alignment systems I actually really like is from Rifts, actually.
Yeah, that one wasn't too bad. Pathfinder did one that wasn't too bad either. It was like an optional one where instead of alignments, you had like personal goals almost that took place of them. The other one I liked actually was from World of Darkness. They had demeanor, and I forget what the other one was called, but basically one was who you were on the inside and the other one was who you projected yourself to others. And like they were like specific descriptive words like childish or serious or things like this. That one was interesting. Where was the A World From Your Own from? A World From Your Own? What are you talking about?
The D&D Beyond thing. The one of the tabs you have open right now.
Oh, that's Dungeon Master's Guide. That's just the DMG. That's just the DMG.
It's like starting wealth and stuff like that.
Starting gold. I allow you to take average if you want. If you don't want to do pre-done equipment. Yeah, I'll let you take instead of rolling, you can just take average. I will also let you to swap bits out if you do take the starting equipment. As a general rule in my games, Electrum pieces don't exist. Fuck that coin. You mention Electrum pieces, you're gonna die. Who the hell uses electrum pieces in their game?
I don't know what that is.
I put one electrum piece in my campaign. Like, you found it at the bottom of the dragon's hoard, and Ked's character Wayne just starts smashing it into the ground.
Yeah, electrum
And then, like, just triggered his PTSD.
electrum pieces are, what are they worth? 5 silver or something like that? I forget.
Yeah, it's like a middle ground between silver and gold.
There's technically a coin in D&D like no one uses. Yeah, one electrum is 50. Yeah, one electrum is 5 silver or half a gold piece.
It's like the 50-cent piece that's up in Canada.
Yeah, those are super rare. Yeah, no, so electrum pieces in my games don't exist. Just have 5 silver pieces, or overpay with the gold. Yeah. So coin weight, I also do, unless you find like an excessive amount, you don't have to track coin weight. It gets a little ridiculous, especially like you know, in D&D, even with the lower amount of wealth you're going to be getting in this game, coins add up to so fast.
Yeah,
but it's part of the system that you have to have it.
Like, think about it, like 200 gold pieces. Like, you take the average like size and weight of a single gold piece, you multiply that by 200 times. That's going to be about 50-60 pounds you're carrying on you.
Well, it's not that bad. It's every 50 pieces, every 50 coins is I think every 50 coins is something, I forget. Weight of gold pieces.
I mean, an easy solution.
A donut. Sorry, what's it?
Use a sock full of money as your weapon.
Yeah, every 50 coins is a pound.
Okay.
Whether just no matter what type of coin it is, every 50 coins is a pound. The problem is it's not the fact that you're finding all this wealth and having to transport it around. That seems in a way kind of realistic, but it's the fact that the game is built around you needing to find these massive troves, usually in an adventuring scenario where you have no way to cart it back. Like, it gets to the point where like you're finding like even mid-levels like 100,000 pieces of something. So you're finding all of that, and like that your bag of holding can't carry that.
Nope.
Portable hole could.
A portable hole could. It'll fill it up pretty fast, but like that's it. Like, what else do you do to carry it around? But the thing is, the game is balanced that you need to have those, and even if you like bring them over to trade bars or something, which is like one trade bar is 100 gold pieces, it's still the same amount of weight. Like, because it's still 100 gold pieces worth of gold.
Yeah, I think in our Saturday game we had like a couple thousand trade bars.
Well, that's why Skitter stopped off at a bank, which he still hasn't told anybody where it is. So the rat folk is in charge of 100% of the money of the group. And into the bank
is demanding to go with them next time.
Yeah, because it's funny, like everyone else is like an adventurer on this world, but Skitter, thanks to like the cube that he found, as well as the fact that he's a high-level wizard now, routinely goes off to Sigil in like the Planescape setting to do all his banking and shopping, and everyone else just stays on their planets. He just comes back and he's like, yeah, it's at a bank run by demons.
Like, when I like Dimitri asked him, like, hey, where's all our wealth? And Skitter's like, it's safe.
It's safe. Don't worry about it. It's safe. Okay.
That sounds pretty trustworthy to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, he's not screwing them over at all. He is legitimately keeping it safe. And when they gave him like a shopping list of things to get, like he went and bought it. Like he spent, what was it? Like Steve's character alone, it was like 350,000 gold worth of shit that he ended up finding for him.
Steve got spoiled.
And then Wes got screwed because out of everything he asked for, the only thing he could find that to give him was a wand of smiles. He didn't get any of the actual things he asked for, so he got him like a consolation prize. It's like asking someone to go buy you like a really nice car and you come back with like a shitty toy from McDonald's. Like,
not even the meal.
We no longer have to use the arranged weapon expert feat workaround, as there's now a feat for that shit in Tasha's. That's nice.
What does that do?
Well, basically, it was taking crossbow expert, but loosening the need for it to be with a crossbow.
Oh, so now it's just like any ranged weapon?
Yeah, now there's a feat. Well, it's like crossbow expert is useful for any ranged weapon, but it had, you could only fire with a crossbow as the extra attack. But now there's one, it's, I forget what it's called in Tasha's, that allows you to do it with like guns and shit. Like it still has to be like a one-handed weapon. Like there's no sense taking it for like a bow because it still has to be a one-handed ranged weapon. There's not very many of those. Crossbows and guns are really it. But yeah, there's now one for guns. Not that we're really going to be seeing guns in this campaign, but not worry about that or that.
Here's a consolation prize.
Oh, my consolation prize? What is this? What did you get me? A thing? From Wendy's? Did I just get, I just finished talking about getting some like prize from a fast food chain. Did I just get a prize from a fast food chain?
Yes.
What is it?
What is it? I got something from Wendy's. Is it oh, it's like a weird plastic, like a Matryoshka doll. Like a Russian nesting doll?
You get stickers!
With stickers in the middle.
Oh my god.
That's random. And it matches exactly what I was just talking about.
I know, I listened.
Very on point. Thank you. Yeah, it's like a Matryoshka. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Matryoshka doll. Russian nesting dolls.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
That's fucking timing, dear. You're awesome.
Comedic timing is everything.
God damn. So I'm gonna do the thing. Fall damage maximum has been removed in my games. So that you can't superhero land off a cliff and be fine.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm falling like 6,000 feet down, only 20d6.
Because right now it's 20d6 is the mechanical cap, which means after 200 feet you no longer take any more damage. They consider 200 feet terminal velocity in their game for some reason, which makes no sense. Either gravity is really weird in D&D, I don't know.
It's like spotty.
But like 20d6, I'm sorry, you play like a 10th level barbarian, you could literally survive from orbit.
Like Krunk could have jumped off the cliff, and I think he actually did like hit hard and survive.
You just rage before you hit the ground, and you can just be like, ugh, and probably only lose like half your health. So now there is no longer a maximum. The maximum has been removed. 1,000-foot cliffs are now scary unless you go full fish. And anyone that's watched Critical Role knows what I'm referencing there. You turn into a goldfish, I'm sure you'll be fine. You're fucking gods.
Yeah.
All right.
We're gods, right?
Yeah, we're like fucking gods. Jumps off the cliff, dies. They were like level 18 or something like that too in the campaign. Like, really? Because he does the same thing. He did not have a maximum to his fall damage. So that was like 100 d6. So doors, barriers, I do the stick, kick, or pick whenever you get up to a door. Basically, do you want to damage with a weapon, just try to kick it in with like an athletics, or use pick to like lock pick it open? I'm not sure why that's not like basically a standard rule in the game. Like that should just be, it's nice and easy to figure out, stick, kick, or pick. Help actions, I allow helping a person with defense as well as attack. Apparently that's not part of the base game.
Defending people?
Yeah, normally when you give someone the help action, you can only help them with their attack. You can't help them against being attacked. That's not part of the help action.
Well, I think that's because there's a lot of overlap with like some of the like fighting styles, like defense fighting styles that like give attackers a disadvantage against like your allies. Maybe,
but like at that point, like it's not like you can give super disadvantage or anything. So like it's just giving another avenue to get that ability, and I don't know, it just makes sense. If you're giving someone the help action, I almost consider the defensive option something you would consider more often than the attacking option.
Yeah, I mean,
And it's only
if you
against the
wanna-
first attack. It's not against like all attacks.
Okay, that's fair. I was gonna say, like, if you want to spend an action to like defend somebody, then yeah, absolutely. This attacker's got disadvantage against you.
Because it's just like the help action with attacking. It's only on the first attack. Because even when you help someone to get advantage on the attack, it's only the first one. Ready action is, I don't have custom rules for the ready action so much as I clarified it. Because I think it was Jeremy Crawford that had to clarify it in one of the erratas or whatever. Because the ready action is confusingly written in the player's handbook. Stupidly written. Because it like the example it gives contradicts the rules for the action. So I changed it up a little bit, but we'll get into that in game. That's fine. I think I'm gonna do the gritty drop thing. So when you drop to 0 in this game, I'm gonna be using this gritty drop. So you're still slain if you receive like as normal, if you receive enough damage equal to your maximum hit points plus the amount needed to bring you to 0 hit points. That's true whenever. That's the only way you can insta give a character in 5th edition. But whenever you're dropped to 0 hit points, you gain the prone and stunned condition. You're not unconscious anymore. You just gain prone and stunned, except that you can still crawl 5 feet on your turn, and you gain a level of exhaustion. A player may choose to not take the level of exhaustion in exchange for receiving an injury token. When a character is dealt damage while already at 0 hit points, if the damage is greater than or equal to the character's maximum, then the character is slain. That's usual, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, character receives... Oh, so these are just summarizations of what I just said. Whenever a character or an injury token is received, you roll a con save versus the DC of 8 plus the number of injury tokens you have. If you fail, roll once in the Grit and Glory injury table. That's, I think, in the DMG. For the damage type received, your... Oh, no, that's the thing I have below. Your injury tokens then reset to 0. Basically, instead of just being unconscious, being able to do nothing and then dying, you drop down and you have a chance to get injuries, like maybe your finger gets chopped off or you break a leg or things like this. Instead of being downed and you're just unconscious, getting downed has issues to it. You're gonna, like, you gain levels of exhaustion and stuff, so after you're downed like 6 times, like, you might be donezo. None of this pop back up every 2 seconds. So I'm gonna use that, I think. Gritty drop rules used. All right. I don't have to worry about. Everyone must have a paper sheet. No, we're doing this online. Player awarded inspiration I allow. If the group agrees you did something that like was super awesome and you deserve an inspiration point, you get it. I think I'm gonna give everyone a Tim's. Everyone's gonna get 1 Tim's.
Tim's?
Tim's is something I've used in campaigns in the past. It's called This Is My Scene. Basically what it is everyone gets 1, and that's per player, not per character. There are ways to earn them later if you do something really that impresses me, but otherwise you basically get 1 for the campaign, and it's your ability to spend that point during an encounter and say, I'm going to dictate how the encounter goes. I'm going to narrate this. This is my scene. Now I can still overrule that if it's a big bad evil guy boss fight or something and being like, no, you can't use it for this encounter. Because you can't just be like, go up to like the final boss and being like, I'm using my Tims, it's over. But for any other encounter, combat, social, whatever, you can use your Tims and just dictate how the scene goes. You become the DM for a moment. I just like, I like to give players that like creative input, and they only get 1, so like you know, use it wisely. I find people hoard it a lot though. The last campaign that I used it in, which I think was it was either the last pirate campaign I ran or the last Windermere campaign, half the players, by the time we had finished the campaign, half the players still had theirs. They hadn't used it.
You ever have a Spartacus moment where everybody tries to use it at once?
No. Okay. Now I might be trying something different. I'm not sure. Now, normally I use milestones. I don't use experience because the experience and CR system is fucking broken in 5th edition. Like, not in a good way. Even the people like Jeremy Crawford and stuff that make the game don't use the experience system in their own games. It's just a holdover of previous editions that they kept, but like no one really uses experience anymore, because in order to use experience you have to use the challenge rating system, and the challenge rating system completely falls apart once you start reaching mid-levels. Like, it just doesn't work anymore because there's too many factors to follow. So I normally use milestones. However, I'm thinking of doing something I did before with experience, where I'm still awarding experience on an individual basis, but it has nothing to do with defeating creatures. Creatures don't have experience tied to them or anything. It's specifically a percentage of your level for an event. I think I'm going to do it this way. This way, if someone role plays well, I can give them bonus experience, so they might level a little faster than other people if they play well and they're a nice cooperative player and things like this. And 2, if the way I have it planned out, where there's going to be some encounters that maybe you guys decide you're going to ignore it for a couple of levels and come back to it later, the encounter will be easier now, but it'll also give you less experience, because I might have a certain experience value tied to it. So then you can't just be like, well, we'll come back and deal with the boars in the forest later. And then at 10th level, you're not going to gain a level out of dealing with some boars in the forest where you would have at 2nd level.
We'll get some hides.
Yeah, so I'm going to do like modified experience for leveling, not milestones. Yeah, normally around milestones, I'm going to be doing experience this time, so people may end up leveling at slightly different rates. And yeah, normally I do milestones, everyone's at the same level, so it's not a big deal if you miss sessions and whatnot. But at the same time, you're not gonna miss a session and like lose a level. You just might lose a bit of experience and whatnot. This way, people that put into work of being a good player are going to get rewarded for it.
The showing up and, like, you know, not go shopping for like 2 hours.
There's a specific reference to a specific player.
I won't name names, but everyone knew the time was starting at this time. And I'm not even mad that, like, they went shopping.
Sorry,
they didn't tell me.
Same player. Sorry I was late. I had to do dishes. You were an hour late. You couldn't do dishes another time.
Like, I am pretty sure dishes is a euphemism for something.
Last session, we took a 5-minute break, and one of the players went to Tim Horton.
See, that's fine. That's different.
Look, like
You can't run to Tim Hortons in 5 minutes.
Stuck in line at a Tim Hortons, like.
So I'm going to allow the optional things in the Dungeon Master's Guide for the optional actions: climb on a bigger creature, overrun, shove aside, and tumble. Because I'm surprised tumble wasn't a thing in the player's handbook. It wasn't until the Dungeon Master's Guide that you actually get an option for tumbling to get through like an opposing square, which is weird.
Tumble. I remember that from 3.5.
Well, you can still tumble to get through opponents' squares, but I mean it's an action. Short rests. You not benefit from more than 2 short rests in a 24-hour period. So that you can't just be like, 1 encounter, short rest, 1 encounter, short rest, 1 encounter, short rest.
I killed the goblin, time for a nap.
Also, using the Stronghold and Followers rules, there's a new type of rest incorporated called an extended rest? I think it's extended rest.
That's like a whole day of like just downtime, right?
I think it's a week actually of just maintaining this fortress and stuff like that, because there's certain abilities you get from the Stronghold that are really, really good, but they have a limited number of uses per extended rest. So like you've got to spend time, like basically it's like if you're a warrior and you haven't been to your castle in 6 months, yeah, you probably don't get any benefits from being a lord with a castle. So yeah. So that's pretty good for that. Did I put the thing about the gold? Not yet. Okay. I'll put that in equipment. Well, I'll put it in here. Okay, so all coin values are shifted 1 coin type lower. Values are SP and CP are free within reason. Like if you want, like copper piece stuff is free within reason, but if you want candles, like you can't just be like, I'll get 1 billion candles. No. There we go. And then I should include platinum pieces as well. Although, like with the new system, if you start getting platinum pieces, you're doing something right.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay. I think that's pretty much everything we need. I can't think of anything else I need to specify. Except for some things I've limited there. Anything else from those books should be fine. I'm tempted to actually just to say no tiefling, because they are from a very specific place and a very specific reason in this campaign setting. Yeah, I'm gonna put no tiefling.
That's fair. It's a fairly popular race, so I mean, it'll be nice for people to branch out a little bit.
Yeah, what's one of the most played things in the fucking game? Tiefling Hexblade. I guarantee Tiefling Hexblade, especially by like power gamers and stuff, probably one of the most played fucking things. Although mechanically, if you want the most overpowered race, it's half elf.
Yeah, can't be put to sleep.
Why? It's all the bonuses they get. You play a half elf, bard, or rogue with like the paragon feat, and you're basically trained in every skill. And now there's that new feat from Tasha's where you could be, I think, pretty much trained in every skill. Like you just know everything.
I was glad that Tasha's included the chef.
Mr. Big Fi, good old buddy Big Fi, says half elf is greater than tiefling any day. I agree. So you like Tasha's included what?
The chef feat.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I like that. I like feats that do those things. Like I had some specific feats and backgrounds for just like general occupation stuff in my book. Okay, so this will be lower magic, and thanks to the gritty rules, it'll be a slightly grittier campaign. Not like the levels that Quick is running on Fridays. Not that super level. Gritty. But like I like using that rule for downed players, so they not only could get injuries, which could be long-lasting things, which I mean in a fantasy game you can get rid of them. That's not a huge issue.
Oh shit, yeah, I didn't know that. The half elf's starting traits, they get +2 to charisma and +1 to 2 different ability scores.
Yes.
I was unaware.
Plus like they get like the elven fey immunity stuff. Plus they get like extra skill. Is it 1 or 2 extra skills? Half elves are the shit. Y'all make D&D look like so much fun.
2 new skills.
D&D is so much fun. I mean, this is the DM having to do planning stuff ahead of time. The players have a lot less job to do. The DM's job is...
I like to think that the players have different homework.
They have different homework. I mean, they have less to keep track of. They just have their character. And maybe, like, as per request of the DM, maybe read a little bit about the world if you've got the information. If you've got it. But other than that, like, the only thing I ask of my players is try to know your class. I don't want to get to your turn in like a combat or a social encounter or something, and then you being like, well, I don't know what I can do. Let me look it up 1 second. And like, no, you should know this already. You have one job. Just look up what you have. And at like level 2 or like low levels, you only have a couple of things. You should know what they are. Yeah, I think that's pretty good for a setup. I can't think of anything else that we need to do. It's not like I can't change it. It'll be a little while before we do this one. Alrighty. So this'll be pretty fun, I think. Yeah, level 2, standard this stuff, and then standard PHB for the attribute generation. That's pretty straightforward. Like, the only reason I put in half of these limitations is for 1 or 2 specific players I have that want to be those special snowflakes. I'm not going to name names. I don't think they're in the chat right now. So
no idea who you're talking about.
Well, it's not you, but you, yeah,
no, I know who you're talking about.
You know who I'm talking about. You know, can I play the half god, half celestial? I'm actually a god, blah, blah, blah. No. You go fuck yourself. If y'all ever do a noob session, let me know. Quick's running a noob friendly game right now. Totally.
Yeah, I have a couple maybes on the extra seats. If I get back to them, or sorry, if they get back to me and they say no, we can't do it, then yeah, I'll open it up to.
Go ahead. People. I kid about it being kind of noob friendly though. It's like the Dark Souls of D&D is the way he described it.
It's noob friendly in character creation.
Yeah, there's not many options.
Probably.
But you're like, make extra characters. Okay.
Yeah. Have a backup character concept at the very least.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to take this map that I made a long time ago, which unfortunately, because of some assets that I lost, the save file I have for the map is defunct. So like, if I want to make a more zoomed in version, actually down here, of this part of the world, I gotta redo it. But I want to make it more like detailed and interesting anyways, if we're going to be like hyper focused on this one area and have like the hexes.
That whole area there, like from coast to coast.
Basically, well, here, let me bring up, where is it? I have one here that actually is the borders of the countries. Here we go. Man, the Windows photo viewer these days sucks so bad. Okay, so here's actually a border.
It take forever to load.
Yeah, I missed the old one. Like, I don't need all these extra fancy features. I needed to just see the picture. But yeah, it's in the expanse area is like not controlled by anybody. You'll see it on stream in a moment. You're going to be basically sent from the country of Rafnel here, and you're going to be sent into the expanse and being like, "Go, my people, civilize it." Can I be insert custom race that has godly racial traits? Yeah, really. We've got players like that. You can get the old ones, kid. You lose some of the news features. And
yeah, just let me play a level 20 godly.
yeah, so I've had worse players. And honestly, the person that does that is actually, he can actually be quite a good and creative player, but
oh yeah,
it's just sometimes you get those special snowflakes.
The person you're talking about, I just want to see them branch out from the, because although their character is different on paper or is different on like like their character creation, but like they essentially play the exact same character every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad that they know what they like, but I mean, try something new. I mean, my characters, like, I often try to change it up. My characters usually fairly dramatically different from each other.
Like the two characters I have right now that I'm currently playing are Drifter and Dimitri. They're dramatically different. Like Dimitri is a large fighter, like destined to his god. He's very much like an acolyte, almost fanatical about it. And Drifter is a pirate. He will kill and take your money, and you will not feel bad for it.
Well, you realize it was a pirate game, so you decided to play a pirate.
I wanted a pirate. And apparently, we were freebooters.
Yeah,
I didn't get the memo.
I left the campaign up to you guys to do what you want to do. You voted for a pirate game, so I made a pirate game. The fact that you have not actually really been pirates was up to you guys. That's not me. I go with the flow.
Into like the deep dank area and fix the thing we fucked up. I'm like, Drifter's like, no, let's not. Let's sail this way and keep sailing.
I actually did not expect you guys to race towards danger because once again, I kept thinking it was a pirate game.
Yeah.
Complete homemade system
the
stuff.
Captain goes back. The captain goes back and was like, yeah, let's tell the captain, talk some sense into these idiots, and he's like, let's go fix this.
Blackburn, if you want to do a strategy RPG, like if you're doing specifically 5th edition like D&D strategy, I mean, if you want to go old editions, Birthright was my jam. But like modern, like a more modern version of it is look up Matt Colville's Stronghold and Followers, and then he's got a new book coming out next year at some point called Kingdoms and Warfare as well. They basically return D&D back into a bit of a strategy game at points, while still being an RPG where you got characters and stuff. So once again, it's like the circle coming full circle back, because like Dungeons and Dragons spawned from a strategy warfare game called Chainmail back in the 70s, I think it's. So like it started out as a tactical miniature warfare game, and then it became more about the characters, and then more about role-playing. And then these days it's like role-playing seems to be heavy, like narrative based and stuff, but then some people are wanting strategy again, and it's almost like it's coming back to being a war game. I want to base off a non-D&D table TPT RPG I tried a while back. I would like a specific system. I tried to do one based off Fate before, which I thought would have been interesting.
That was fun. I missed that game.
Every time I try to run like a Birthright-esque style game where everyone has their own kingdom, like it's still a role-playing game, but you run like a kingdom instead of like a specific character, it always falls through. I just like people I think like the concept, but they're never willing to follow through with it. How big do I want to make this map? How big did I make the C map?
By the way, Wonder Draft is amazing. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's a good. I gave you my copy, didn't I? I think
you did, yes.
Okay, yeah, this is the C map we're using. How big was this sucker? You are 5,250 by 5,250 pixels.
Yeah, I think you said in the one game right before game, like you made it pretty farting big.
Yeah, it's not small. It was homemade by a guy in my youth's club. Oh, so it's like a custom system. That's pretty cool. So 5,250 by 5,250. I'm not gonna bother with a template for now. I'm gonna change it up as we go once I find out how colorful I want it to be. Not that though. Let's just stick it to black and white for now. Let's bring back that vignette all the way for the moment. Oh, When it's possible to play in person, I'm thinking of running again. Not really feasible with my sad internet, but Friday, Saturday have inspired me to write again. Oh, nice. I miss you for Thursday games. We need your playing caliber. But you're busy. I get it. Plus your internet makes you angry. Your internet makes people angry. Poor Big Fi and his internet.
Chipping that for the win.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna put you over here. So I can see what it looks like. Okay, let's get the general landmass figured out. Let's make this a square. Now, I'm not going to have you guys expand down into the deserty area. So, like right there. Alrighty. So it'll just be roughly approximately the same for now. It's fine. It's fine. How's this look? This is not enough. Roughness, brush size. Is there like a pressure sensitivity? Oh, I guess I'm just gonna have to go slow. Less roughness. That makes more roughness. Other way. There we go. Too smooth though. A little bit more. There we go. Just right. The Cyberpunk Fate game you ran was cool as hell. That was badass, but there was just a lot of things that happened where it kind of just, I couldn't continue it. I loved using Fate I like Fate in general. I think it's one of my favorite systems. I wanted to run Fate on Thursdays, but for some reason there's a few players in my games that aren't a fan of Fate.
I love Fate.
I love the creative control you can get.
It's awesome. Like, you introduced it to me, I was a little like, I was hemming and hawing about it for the first. I was like, eh. Then you're like, no, it's really easy. Just here's your character. This is what your character can do, and this is what you can do, and stuff like that. I'm like, cool.
You basically get to make your own class. is how it works out. Here we are. Generate.
I made an aristocrat entrepreneur.
It's just super creative. You can do whatever you want, and I like whether it's Fate or Fae, like Fate Accelerated. In some ways, I like Fate Accelerated even a bit more because, like, I like having the classes. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, it's also nice being able to you have your approaches instead. And I like just being able. It's not the same stat to attack with. Maybe you're using one or the other. I don't know. It's just really good. Anyone not familiar with Fate or Fade, they're free RPG systems. They cost nothing. You can get the entire book for free from their website, Evil Hat Games. It makes me angry most. Okay, so oh, I did it backwards. Shit. Water level was supposed to be this way.
It's a flood.
Yeah, I did it backwards. I flooded it instead of unflooding it.
I don't think we're on any coast. We're mostly inland.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Oh, damn. I'm gonna have to. Okay. Beep, beep. Oh, where was it? This one. I guess the water level. Oh yeah. Oh, it works a bit differently than I thought it did. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep the water level just like in the mid. Fine. I thought there was an easy way to like paste. I think there is. Oh yeah, here it is. It was like I'm looking for like an easy way just to paste in the entire area, and apparently there is. I'm just dumb. Invalid shape. Oh, probably because it wasn't inside the borders. Ah. Fill. There we go. So now I can actually erase. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. All right, let's make a map proper. Oh, later, Big Fi. Thanks for dropping by. Poor guy, so frustrated with his games. And the fact that he wants to play, he loves to play, he loves D&D, but his internet sucks.
Yeah, that's not fun in these times.
He's just stuck out in the middle of nowhere with his dog. I mean, for funsies, every once in a while he'll go outside and kill something. But best excuse I've ever heard from a player for being late for a game. My buddy shot a deer, but he didn't quite kill it. I have to go hunt it down and kill it for him. I'll be there as soon as I finish murder.
Jeez.
And like not taking a trip for it, like literally walking out of his backyard. And he's a bow and arrow hunter. He's not a gun hunter.
So he's putting in the work.
Yeah. Like he's good at it too. Like I'm talking like he was like competition level.
That's crazy.
I've been told he's damn good at what he does.
I got another question for you for Smoking Skulls.
What up?
Is there anything missing from the party? Like, is there anything that the party is lacking, like healing or something like that? I'm trying to narrow it down, but there's a lot of choices.
I don't think so.
No?
I think we're pretty much covered just across the board. Like, we don't have any, like, dedicated frontliners. But, I mean, like, I don't think we really need it.
Well, no, because you're on a pirate ship half the time. So even when, like, you do occasionally obviously go on shore and stuff. But, yeah, you have a lot of ranged, fair amount of magical support. I mean, the captain of the ship's an artificer.
Or a monk, depending on who you ask.
Or a monk, depending on who you ask. There's a little bit of derision within the crew. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
Left up to Drifter, we'd head south, as far south as go, and just raid merchant ships. Like, we have guns and a really badass ship, but we don't use it.
Yeah. I mean, that's not up to me. I'm just the DM. I don't decide shit.
We need to go and fix this. We need to go sail into deathly waters and fix our mistake. And Drifter's like, nah, we don't really need to.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Oh, I did this backwards.
I'm sure someone else will fix it.
No, to invert it. God damn it. I did it backwards. Just cut it out like this.
Kind of playing with like a Genasi wild mage concept.
Sweet.
Or like
Wild magic.
Wild magic be neat. We don't think we have any sorcerers. A lot of people in the party are like stupidly multi-class. Like there's a couple of people that have like 4 classes. So there's like it's not anyone that has like one specific role or job per se. Like Drifter is
75% monk.
Yeah, you're mostly monk with a bit of fighter.
Fighter.
Yeah.
Like I only took fighter for like flavor.
Yeah.
Because it just made sense as like a sailor back.
Valid shape. Oh, I went outside of the borders. Gotta stay in the lines.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's a couple people that are like couple levels sorcerer, or not couple levels sorcerer, couple levels monk, couple levels rogue, and stuff like that.
I mean, 2 of them didn't have much of a choice. They were forced into a couple levels of warlock because of things that happened in the game story-wise. So they have warlock because of that. They didn't actually have to take more than that 1 level of warlock that I forced them to take. Well, not forced them to take. I granted them an extra level compared to the rest of the party. It was just Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, like, it could have, like, retrained, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it had to stay Warlock, but they didn't have to continue with it. Like, I think Shadowhawk, I think he's got 4 levels of Warlock now. Three or 4, something like that.
Yeah, I've never played a Wild Mage before. I think that's it.
Do it up.
Air, see?
The last Wild Mage I played was in, unfortunately, 4th edition. It was a Dragonborn Sorcerer.
Yeah, there's no Tasha's in this game, because like Tasha just came out and the campaign started before that.
Yeah.
So heads up on that one, but other than that, it's...
That's what I figured. I haven't even been looking at Tasha's for it because I figured you wouldn't want somebody to have that advantage.
Yeah, because it's so late in the campaign, like, as cool as that book is, and I do really like it, it's just not going to incorporate new rules this late into the campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, level 12, we've been at it for a while.
Save that for the next campaign.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely let
I would have
Tasha.
added it to my game, but it's just I don't have the book.
Yeah.
I'm very big on like trying not to add books that I don't have or can't have readily access to.
Yeah. I'm lucky enough for our campaign. Eric just bought it, so we're only they only started doing Death House when we did the first session, so they're going to level up today.
Hey, Ghost Kitten, how's it going, bud? Yeah, I like Tasha's. I consider like the Player's Handbook, Tasha's, and Xanathar's Guide all just sort of be like standards, really. Those 3 books, I consider, even though they're like ancillary books or whatever, I consider Xanathar's and Tasha's really to be core books at this point.
I gotta add those to my wish list.
Okay, all right. I think I should get some mountains in here before I do these rivers. My favorite streamer is live. Oh. Yay! As the quick would say.
Okay.
He's allowed to say it more than I am. I'm just copying.
You get a handful of gay tokens you're allowed to use.
It's like by your sheer presence, I have extra gay tokens. Thanks.
Correct. Little silver tokens with rainbows on it.
That's awesome. Yes. Yes. Gay tokens for all.
Well, does that mean that since Bad Hair Gaming is here, I also get some like extra black tokens?
Yeah.
What does that even? What does it even grant me? I can't say certain words still. I'm not allowed. That's not a thing.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, but we count those as gamer words more than anything else. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
But just in that way, game recognized game. You're welcome in certain neighborhoods and at certain cookouts.
At certain cookouts, I like that.
And you get 50% off fried chicken, but only in Louisiana.
Oh.
Shit. That's good.
I had fried chicken just the other day.
I actually haven't had fried chicken in a long time.
Yeah, I make it fairly well. Like all my food, I still make it fairly healthy. But it's so it's not like deep fried or anything. But well, it was still shake and bake. I used for the outside because I was too lazy to make my own.
You guys owe us fried chicken now. I'm hungry.
I
Couple of big ones.
lately, because we get the jowl I have so much bacon fat that we use that we just fry everything in bacon fat. I'm sure it's not doing anything good for my cholesterol, but damn.
No.
Your heart's just like.
We eat pretty healthy around here these days. Like I make a lot of things in like the air fryer and stuff. Like I'll do chicken wings in the air fryer, and I love it because they taste like normal chicken wings, but instead of being deep fried, they're air fried. So not only is there not extra oil in it, but it's actually removed a lot of the oil and grease, but they still taste the same. It's so good.
Damn it, now I'm hungry.
All I've eaten today is this donut, and I'm only halfway through it.
I'm looking forward to the dinner that we're making tonight.
I don't even know what I'm having for dinner tonight. Did I have a plan?
Shepherd's pie with like ground beef.
You're eating Dunkin' Donuts? I got a donut from Timmy's. My favorite, old-fashioned plain. I'm such a boring individual. I drink black coffee and old-fashioned plain donuts.
No, you're my favorite customer.
It's
You're
easy.
the customer that's your order's so basic. I just
Cabbage.
like I'll have your order
hungry.
done before you get to the counter.
You do like a taco style.
Blackburn's like, I had a slice of toast, damn you.
Got options.
Yeah, all I've had is this half a donut, and it's what, $14.19 here for time. I thought you were a bigger, for some reason I thought you were a bigger time gap than me, for me than, is it where you live?
That's 6 hours. That's pretty big.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was bigger, but it makes sense. It's where he lives in that part of the world. I should get dinner soon. Having parents to cook for me. God, even when I lived at home back in the day, I didn't have parents that cooked for me. Do you have a Dunkin' where you're at, Bestie? Dunkin' Donuts? It's not really a thing you see around here.
Quick inspired me. I think I'm gonna be making a cottage pie tonight.
There you
Ooh,
go.
ooh, cottage pie.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna make mashed potatoes, corn, and some ground beef. I'm just gonna throw it all together.
Oh, that does sound good. I have no plans for tonight.
Half a stick of butter in it.
Usually on the days that I stream, we tend to sort of order something. Like we might just order Greek food or something.
That's not bad.
There's a Greek food place that I really, really like. They do this like Mediterranean pasta thing where it's like feta cheese and black olives and a bunch of good shit in it. Where's the river tool again? Water? River?
That was my problem with this program. This is like the river and road tool is a little dicey. Like it's finicky to use.
Less meander, bigger width. There we go. Bigger width yet.
Ow.
The roughness of meander is fine, I think.
More meandering.
More meandering? Actually, less meandering. What's the roughness do again? Roughness, I think, is more like fine meandering. Okay, there we go. Okay, and we're gonna do this right. Rivers always start at mountains and coalesce. They don't branch out. It's not how rivers work. There are rare examples of it, but generally it's not how they work.
Not uncommon in nature, but it's very rare.
And then I had another one coming up from around here. Doesn't have to be perfect. This one's not for like published campaign setting, just for our own private game. The important thing is the map's big. I might actually, depending on how this turns out, I might have to scale it down. We'll see. I don't like those extra rivers. They can go away. All right. There's also a lake. Do I want to do this with the lake or the lower? No, I'm going to lower it instead. There was like a dual lake thing here. Pretty big lakes, actually. That's a little bit too big. There we go. Oops, wrong way. Rivers, back to rivers. So this is one of the few times I actually do have a split off, which, once again, as you said, it does happen. It's just rare.
We don't have a Dunkin' because we have a Tim Hortons.
I was considering jumping into VC, but my voice is so dead right now. Oh, you haven't eaten all day.
Go eat. Nourish yourself.
Yeah, and it's like you're in the evening. Eat. Yeah, pretend we're a bunch of Italian grandmothers and just like eat, mangiare.
Mangia. You're all skin and bones.
feel like playing my character on Raft again. Eat. I made fish.
Eat. Okay. I should do more mountains down here.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Mountains. There was more like mountains down here. Getting some healthy snacks as she is about to cook the dinner, and it takes about 30 minutes tops. Healthy snacks are a good thing. Actually, the snack I eat most at my computer here is cloves, oddly enough.
Interesting.
Just straight cloves. I mean, one, there's nothing bad for you. Two, you get nice smelling breath because it's cloves. And three, cloves are apparently a natural antiseptic. Like, so it's like good for your mouth hygiene. Yeah, and I like spicy things, and cloves like give a bit of a burny feeling. I originally started chewing them because at one point I had like cracked a tooth and I had like a toothache or something, and cloves will numb if you have like a toothache.
Okay.
I actually find it works better than any of the gels you can buy at the pharmacy or whatnot. You just chew on a clove and it numbs the pain. And I just liked it so much, just kept fucking using them.
That's neat.
Okay, so sauce fade in. So another.
Might try that because I need a better desk snack.
Yeah, I just it's like not unhealthy for you.
Your book is incredible. I have to say.
Oh, thanks.
This is really, really good.
Like, it's still a work in progress. There's still more I'm doing on it, but yeah, it's. Like I said, some of the stuff, there's like a version 1.04 that I'm working on that's got some updates and some of the stuff. If like Summoner, for instance, got a few reworks. Lake. We're gonna do the land thing. Go down do for the lake.
Did you do the artwork?
No, I haven't had the time to do that, unfortunately. It's like I considered it in the future. I mean, if I ever released it more or whatnot, maybe I would do the artwork. It's like it sucks. It sucks sometimes. And like, you know, you've got the skill to do it, but you don't have the time. Alrighty. Well, that's not too bad. Okay, let's switch. So water texture, which was the one I was using for water texture? Imagination. Let me catch up on Sierra. So if I paid you to write for me, would you? I probably just don't have the time. Honestly, Ghost Kitten, I've got too many things going on, too many pots on the stove. Well, between doing the free graphics for people, which I will be doing Bad Hair Gaming next, because unfortunately the Prism community disbanded, which I was sort of upset over. I was doing a big project for them too, but unfortunately they have disbanded. So I'll be doing him next, and then, you know, trying to build my own YouTube channel and stuff like that. And then, you know, trying to actually have a life and do my own things. I just don't have time. But yeah, as Blackburn says, go check on Fiverr. Feudal? Feudal doesn't look too bad. Paper? Oh, I think I like vintage the best. Yes, vintage. All right, let's color the land masses a bit here. So coastal distance effects. What kind of coastal stuff do we want here? Uniform band. Three-tiered? What's the key for zooming in? Is there no key for zooming in?
No, you gotta do that manually.
Bloody hell. So used to all the other editors and shit.
That was my one gripe. There was no like zoom in hotkey.
Is there? Okay, there is a key for moving. It's spacebar. Yeah, there's no. Oh no, there it is. Control. It's control.
He's mapping.
Okay, it was control. It worked 2 seconds ago. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was just trying to do it wrong. Yeah. Okay, so it's control is hold control and scroll to zoom. Now I know. Whoops. Imagination. I was doing this 3-tiered hatch pattern as I think the one I'm going to use. Oh, dash pattern's pretty good too. Kate Yvonne, ahoy hoy. Ow, hey, how's it going? Blackburn says, I was going to say try control, scroll wheel. Yeah, that's generally one of the zooms. Whether you using like Affinity or Photoshop or anything, there's generally certain controls I think people expect. One of them. All right. Oh, that's color grading for the whole thing. Hey. I see. So landmass color outline, we are going to change this. We'll keep it dark, but not as dark, I think. Whereas the coastal outline, I never like the color that they choose. I actually often go for something lighter. Like that. I'm good, thanks. How are you, A? I'm not mocking. I'm legit Canadian too. That's fine. Even if you weren't Canadian, you can say A. We have one friend that's he's an expat American, but he's like, he occasionally fully goes into the whole, oh, like talking like a Canadian, eh? And I'm like, all right, bud, whatever. You were raised in Kentucky or whatever. But we welcome it. Might as well. Why not? Everyone's Canadian. They just don't know it yet. I'm doing pretty good. I am doing pretty good. We're just working on some campaign stuff for something we're doing in the future. Not sure how I feel about these rivers. That's better. He's a corn boy. He's a corn boy. Every time people do Canadian accents, it's really just Nova Scotian. Yeah. Could be worse. They could be trying to mimic Newfies. Newfie's like a weird, like, stereotypical Canadian accent mixed with a drunk Irishman, so. Yeah. All right. Well, it gets our rivers going on. So I don't think any other... There was rivers in here, but you're not going to get past these mountains. So that's fine. Let's do some trees. Excuse me. I was using these trees, I do believe. Yep, that'll work. And then as I color things in, the trees and the mountain should change colors as well. No, I originally had a bend here. Whatever, come too far. Placement density. Does that mean they'll be placed closer together? Yes. There we go. A little bit too much, but... same when people do an Irish accent. Ireland is like 87 different dialects. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it may be a smaller place, but at the same time, you know, it's an older place. A little bit bigger. There we go. Obviously, most of the trees generally happen around the rivers.
This is so cool.
Not one of my finest looking maps, unfortunately, but whatever. It's just to make do for... We're going to have a, like, when we're actually playing the game, because there's going to be a hex grid, there's going to be, like, a lot of symbols over it and stuff, so...
Mm-hmm. It's just interesting how quickly it went from just, like, starting to scribble onto a page to... like a full-on map. Like, it was so fast.
It'll look nicer when I start to use the coloring tools and stuff too. Like, I used to use like Photoshop and stuff for this, and I had like a bunch of templates I made for various maps, but honestly, just this makes it so much faster. Much faster. Yeah, I'm not spending forever on this map. It's just going to be for a play map. It's all good. I'm here too, just watching, chatting on YouTube. Yeah, and I think like I've got my chat where you, like you can see as it's on the stream as it's chatting, you can see both the YouTube and the Twitch on the chat on the stream.
Yeah, it's really smart.
I'm not technically supposed to be streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, but fuck Twitch.
Hack 'em.
Fuck Twitch. Yeah, I thought it was just partner where they like try to lock you in, but apparently it's an affiliate. I was like, yeah, screw it. If Twitch is already on the verge of kicking me off anyways. If they do it, fuck it, I'll deal with it. Okay, so this is going to be the wet side of a mountain range. Is that something you always see? If you look at a mountain range, there's always one side that has more foliage than the other side. Because generally, the hydration comes from one direction, and then the winds will stop in the mountains, and the other side usually ends up being drier. Okay, and then let's do some along the coast. Big forest here. This part's probably going to expand as well. Good enough. Fill in some of these forests.
Well, the eventuality, Blackburn, is that Twitch right now is pushing all of their streamers away, and their audiences, people's audiences, are going to follow them wherever they go, the streamers that they like. So,
yeah, they've already proved this. And when Dr. Disrespect got banned and stuff like that, like his audience just followed him. In fact, he's more popular now. He's had bigger streams since he moved.
Yep.
Did we ever figure out why he got banned?
Nope. Not as far as I know.
It's weird.
Weird. I feel like he's commented on it, but not outright said what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still doesn't know. It was leaked he was making too much money. I don't believe that's why they would ban him. Him making more money just means Twitch would have been making more money. They're not going to ban him for that. Like they had just finished paying him. He was a cash cow. There was no way he was getting banned because he was successful. He's making money outside of Twitch. That's expected. That was in his contract. He was allowed to. They expected that. No, there had to have been something else. That cannot be it. There's no way.
No, he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. Like,
yeah. Again. Oh, there we go. That's the grass I want.
Yeah, there's still no definitive answer.
Yeah, don't go off Reddit. Oh my god.
Yeah, if your source is Reddit. Reddit's not credible. Go for 4chan. They're gonna give you the real meat.
I get all my news from Alex Jones.
Oh god. It's the aliens. And the fucking government, the shadow government, and the autistic people from the vaccines.
They're all microchipped.
Yeah, they're all. Thanks to Bezos and Musk, we're all microchipped anyways. What is my theory? I don't really have one, to be honest.
How is it that the Marvel Universe gets J. Jonah Jameson and we got Alex Jones?
Yeah. Fucking Alex Jones. Oh god. I don't like Alex Jones, and I think a lot of what he says, like, there's a bit of hate mongering. There's other things on there as well. However, I also don't agree with the fact that he's been banned from so many platforms. Like, okay, for some of the stuff, yes, he should be getting warnings. He shouldn't be allowed to, like, there's actual, like, some hate speech stuff they got to deal with. But at the same time, there's a lot of things he said that he got in trouble for that honestly I think should be free speech and protected. It's like that whole, like, I don't agree with what you say, but I will defend your right to say it type thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's he's fucking awful, but great meme material.
Great meme material, yes. I need more trees. Gonna go after actual people involved and not internet forums? Yeah. Agreed. So there's some patches up here.
Yeah, go off of people who are actually there.
He once again, he was a cash cow. He, like, Twitch has been in financial trouble for a while. They were in financial trouble before they lost before they got rid of Dr. Disrespect. So getting rid of him didn't make financial sense. He had to have done something. It doesn't matter whether he was making money elsewhere. He had to have done something. Snipe from the audio muted work guy. Shouldn't the lake drain into the sea, and why that river turned right and not left? There's a reason that lake is there.
Ghost, you don't understand. We weren't there, so we're not going to make up theories. We don't have the full story.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just think he did something very naughty, and Twitch said, no, we're not having any of that.
I could do another drainage, maybe. That would kind of make sense. All right, let's do another drainage. I'm going to take your advice. I'm going to do it. Oops.
He stole a gold coin from Jeff Bezos' money hoard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. That's death.
You don't steal the coins from the dragon.
Yeah, Twitch makes Amazon negative money. Like, I'm surprised Amazon has allowed it to exist, because honestly, like, it doesn't earn Amazon anything, not even cred. 90% of Amazon's funds come from one source, and it's not Twitch. That's for sure. It's mostly from their API database stuff. It's not even from the shop. The reason people theorize is it was a financial move is after they banned Dr. Disrespect, they signed contracts with 3 other streamers. I still don't see it. It doesn't make sense. They were already losing money, and in the end, like, they knew ahead of time that was going to lose them more money. I still don't see it. Some more grassy bits. And then we'll color all this in a second as well. That's better. You happy? Actually, it does look a lot better. You're right. You're right. I guess I gotta do that one down there too, eh? Fine, you son of a bitch. I am going for a somewhat realistic map. Somewhat.
It's totally unrealistic. I hate it.
Totally. It's not my finest map, I'll be honest. But I mean, I'm roughly basing it off of this region here of this map. Now, you're not going to get it all the way down to the more deserty area per se, but you'll get close. I've decided to just wait it out. Dr. Disrespect said on his return stream that he doesn't know, and then his lawyers are talking with Twitch as he believes it was a breach of their contract. I have a feeling it's going to be years before all of the details could get released due to legal reasons. Like years. If we ever see anything, there might be some NDAs that could be ironclad, that as long as Twitch exists, and even after Twitch stops existing, that might, because it's Amazon run, that he might never be able to say. And as much as he plays the bad boy, he toes the line these days. Do another manual save. Nope, cancel, not new, menu, save, thank you. Spans. There we go.
Oh, Jesus.
I had to be careful what he said as advised by his lawyers. Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
All right, gents, I gotta go for now. I gotta get set up. Have a good rest of your stream.
Yeah, thanks.
And we will talk tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll figure out for about your graphics stuff, because you'll be the next one I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, I'm also gonna stream rolling up those characters too.
Oh, cool. You're gonna do that tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'll probably join you. I'll just tune in or whatever. What time are you streaming?
I'll probably do it in daytime. Usually I start at 1.
Yeah, I'll probably be around. Just to chill for shits and giggles, because I'm not streaming tomorrow, so.
All right, sounds good.
Later, bud. Thanks for hanging out.
Have a good day.
That should be pretty good. This one's need a bit more. It's pretty good. We'll make one that's a bit more yellowy. Oh, the desert. All right. Okay, now if I fill the entire thing. Oh no! Wait, what?
What'd you do?
I clicked fill and it filled in all the water. I was like, did I do it backwards? But no, this is definitely the water. Boom. Fill. Why is it filling the water? What am I doing wrong? Why is it only coloring on the water? Is it work on layers? How's this work? In an interview with Washington Post and PC Gamer, he said he was with that stuff, yeah. I don't get it. Oh, okay, because that was a different brush. Oh, that was a water brush. Okay, that's why. Fuck. I get it. Okay. Oh man, I gotta redo these colors again. Okay, let's get one that's like a yellowy green. For general, let's get a lush green going on. Something a little more saturated. Let's get a gray in the mountains. And then this will be... Yeah, actually, that's pretty good. Okay, we're going to take this. We're going to fill this to the land. That's better. He was insisting that he still doesn't know why Twitch banned him. Theory developing is focusing on his upcoming Doc 3.0 personality. Yeah, Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's got a character limit, I guess. A lot of Twitch channels have a character limit imposed as well, just so you don't write a book. There's a lot of other things I'm liking more about YouTube, but there are a few things on Twitch that I miss as well, I gotta admit. All right. so we can, there we go. Let's lower the opacity a bit. Like this. Velocity and opacity. That's better. Just a little bit more velocity. Oops. Am I happy with that? I don't think I am. Maybe a little bit darker. That's a bit better. I can write a book on here if I'd like, but in general, if I wrote a novel, I'd be ignored. I gotta admit, if someone writes like a full novel like message, I'm more likely to just skim over it than actually like read the whole thing. Anyways, I think most streamers are like that. It's like if you've written too much, you're probably not going to get it read by the streamer. Ghost Kitten says Twitch and YouTube shall become one and make one super platform. YouTube doesn't need Twitch. YouTube makes money, and YouTube has better monetization by far than Twitch does. They have that shit down pat. I'm not saying YouTube doesn't have its problems. YouTube has plenty of problems. There's many calls to actions.
A lot of problems back in the day.
But they figured their shit out, and at least when the bullshit happens on YouTube, people kind of know what to expect now and how to deal with it. Twitch has dropped the ball so hard. Less velocity. Deeper green for the forest. This might be a bit too vibrant. I might darken that a bit and desaturate it just a little. That's better. There we go. Now, I'm not going to put the hex overlay on the map. I'm going to let Roll20 do the actual hex overlay bit, I think. Probably for the best. And I think I'm going to make a series of tokens to use for different things. Like, I've already got a bunch I can use. I'm just going to make more along that vein. For me, outside of likes, tips, I guess Patreon on YouTube. That's one of the reasons I'm moving over is I realized the difference between Patreon, like trying to get subs for Patreon versus Twitch. Patreon only takes 7%. Twitch, depending on which thing, whether it's tips, like tips or, well, not tips, sorry, bits or subscriptions or anything, takes anywhere from 30 to 50%. Big difference. Like if you give me bits, is it bits? I forget which one is 50%. I think it's bits. If you give me like bits on Twitch, for example, Twitch gets 50% of that. Like you're paying Twitch, basically, not me. And then even with paid subs, it's still a very high percentage you're paying to Twitch, not me. I have a lot of no-no terms in my content, so I would get demonetized instantly. It's, well, the interesting thing about the way YouTube works it, because remember, like, some of that demonetizing stuff is coming to Twitch now. You're going to have to start dealing with that stuff on Twitch as well. Twitch is starting to fall prey, not just the music stuff, but other stuff is happening. But on YouTube, they're not, a lot of times you're not going to get a strike for it. Whereas on Twitch right now, you're just, if something is bad, you're getting a strike for it, and there's no way, it doesn't go away. It's there forever. On YouTube, at most, if it's demonetized and the monetization goes elsewhere, your video is still up. It doesn't go away. You're still getting like exposure for it at the very least. You just might not get monetization for it. That and things like strikes go away on YouTube after like 3 months.
Yeah, like I think it was Jack. Jacksepticeye was like showing like how it works when like he has a bunch of videos up that are monetized, and the ones that got flagged are unmonetized. That's the stuff that has like copyrighted music and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I have a couple that are considered copyright claimed. The videos are still up. One of them actually does quite well. I've got one video that's actually got a fairly good amount of views on it. And it hasn't hurt me at all. Like, I'm not monetized to begin with, so it doesn't matter either way. Literally costs me nothing. And I don't get in trouble for it. But whatever, leave it up. On Twitch, that would be an entirely different story. I would have to worry about it risking my channel. On YouTube, I don't have to worry about it risking my channel.
Yeah, that would be like a strike, and like 3 strikes, your channel goes away.
Yeah. Like, once again, YouTube's not perfect. I am not saying YouTube is perfect, but right now, unless Twitch fixes their shit, and I'm hoping they do. Twitch has been home for me for a long time. Unless Twitch fixes their shit, though, it's too broken for me in a lot of ways. Those guys do a pretty good job. Michael Wright, Buster, they're still, you know. If I have to have a demonetized video, I won't get strikes. I just won't make any AdSense. It's considered non-advertisement friendly. Yeah, it's just easier, nicer on YouTube, basically.
They're back.
Yeah. It's a case of bad. Well, that's the thing. There's no one good choice in this situation. I agree. It's a case of which choice is the worst choice to make, I guess. Thing is, there's still a lot of things about Twitch I do prefer, including the community. Oddly enough, like I like the way the Twitch community bands together and stuff better than the YouTube community. I just like it better. And there's some things on the Twitch, like there are things I can do on Twitch as far like the pretty princess mode for using channel points. I can't do that on YouTube. I can't do anything like that on YouTube. I would love to, but I can't. It's not, I'm just not able to. Welcome back. Like if I could, if there was some sort of like channel points and I could use an interface stuff it so we can do like the pretty princess mode thing on YouTube and stuff, that'd be great. I'd love that. But that's not something that's implemented. Oops. There we go. Bruce is down. Wrong green. Shit. Yeah. So that's sort of our options right now. I mean, I realize a lot of us in the chat right now are either streamers or no streamers or thinking of becoming a streamer, especially these days. It is kind of a shitty situation. And I started streaming in what, early 2019, and even since then things have changed a lot in the streaming platforms and communities. All right. Okay, it's starting to come together. Looks a bit less shit once you have some color into it. Sort of like, I think it's Nightbot or Streamlabs bot that can give points and you can use them for mini games. Yeah, Stream Elements does the same. You can do the same thing in Stream Elements. They're like, it's almost like a channel points thing you can do in Stream Elements. I'm still looking into it. It's not as, I would say all those bots, whether it's Streamlabs, Stream Elements, I think they all have a version of it. They're not as user friendly as just like the outright channel points on Twitch. Because you got to like use a command and stuff. And there's a lot of people that for some reason just don't seem to understand how that works. I mean, not everyone's good with that type of shit. Okay. Is there something I could use for dunes? Ah, here we are. Actual dunes. Maybe much smaller. Yes. There we go. Did I see what you posted and shared stuff? No, probably not. I'm not really checking Discord while I'm streaming at the moment. I can check it out afterwards though. Well, this is more banking info. So I don't think you own that bank. Pretty sure. Tell me what you think. Oh, I don't know if you want that. I was raised, my grandmother always told me, if you don't want to know, don't ask. Some of the stuff, it's not banking stuff. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll give you my honest opinion. I've been pretty honest with you. Generally, you take it fairly well too. Some people don't take it well. I'm a brisk person. Basic symbols. No, I want settlements. Here we go. That's what I want. Yeah, you're pretty good about the honesty, like, it's not too bad. All right, so we're gonna do like, say like one here. Okay, so it's a settlement there. Actually, we're gonna move it here. Nope. Delete some of the trees, make it easier to see. There we go. Yeah, actually that's a good size. Maybe smaller. It'll be easier to see afterwards because there will be roads leading to them, so that's easy. Alrighty. So there should be a town right around here. I'm gonna delete some more trees there too. Boop. This is gonna be a little shit nothing town. Boop. I'm gonna have to delete some trees here, as there's gonna be the same thing with a little itty bitty town right about here. And there's a decent sized town about here. Another one up here. Not that I think you'll have to go that far. Itchy. Okay. We got one out in the middle of nowhere. Boop. We got like a little hut one over here. Boop. Port. And some more buildings. Lots more buildings. That's a big town. Big city, basically. Should be a little guy right about there. And some more buildings to you as well. Boop. My first attempt at photo editing thing I'm trying to learn. Oh, cool. I do tend to know a little bit about that, I gotta say. Save. Paths. A path. Okay. Oh, that is one, that is a weird color. Two, that is tiny. That's bitter. Lower that roughness right down. I'll probably post some screenshots soon, says Blackburn. Okay, cool. Okay, so this has a path. There. Actually, that's a bit too much. Let's make it a bit grayer, bit smaller. Yeah, that'll work. Now, there's some more ones over here I should really put. There's a couple of villages over there. I'm working on a city made in the 3D editor for Arma 3 because I was bored. Oh, nice. What 3D editor are you using? Just like Blender? Because I have used many a 3D editors in the past. There actually should be another dude. By dude, I mean village. Right there. It's like a farming thing like over here. Boop. Hello. Bonjour. Salut. It's not exact, but whatever. It's fine. It's like a variant. Oh, it's in a game. It's in the it's in the game engine, like a 3D game engine per se. Okay, I'll get it. Okay, and there's a path there. A path there. There was no connection to this way. This one is. This one follows along the mountains here. Boom. Also goes out. Actually, split it off right here. He's gonna lurk. Cool. Used to make mission 2. Used to be a 2D editor and it was a pain in the butt. Ew. 2D editors for a 3D game, never a good idea. Several games I've seen it use that. It always kind of failed. Excellent. Okay, now we're gonna do one that is slightly bigger and orangey in color for the borders. Oh, actually, before no, let's leave it for now. Let's do like this. That's not big enough. There we go.
Yeah, I know this campaign's probably not for a while, but I already have a character concept in my head.
Well, it's not as far off as you think. Oh, this is supposed to be draw over. Shit. Because like the Pyre game's almost done. The Cypher one's not going to be long. I'm guessing we're only going to spend a couple of months on the Cypher one. So we're probably going to see this campaign probably within the next 4 or 5 months, which on like campaign scales, like for playing D&D, that's not that far away. I don't like that color. More orangey. Yes, that's better. First 2 screenshots are posted. Back to the expanding Main Street. I like that stuff. Even if I'm not sure I like that game. I like setting up in the tactical stuff. Like I'm not big on like war themed games per se. But I do like the tactical stuff. I like the editing that you're doing. Like I like a lot of the setup things that you're doing, which I think are pretty cool. And then on this side, there we go. I think what I might do afterwards, since the main area is going to be this, is I'm going to bring this into like Affinity Designer afterwards. I'm going to block out some of the areas that aren't part of what you're expanding in, like the actual established countries, and just sort of wash them out.
Just start expanding to a well-known place.
Yeah, no. Because we've got Refnell here, we got New Haven here, and we got, I think I named this one Aurelia. So I'm gonna like wash them out so that you're just kind of stuck in like the Great Expanse area, which is, it's got villages in it, but it's not controlled. Like it's more of like a feudal lord system. Like it's, the areas are generally controlled by whoever is in that area. All right. Oh, I accidentally undid the road that was here. Whoops. That's about right. Question about the north border. Generally, borders remain along natural areas. Yes. The reason that this one is here, like you see this one follows along the river and then the mountains as a natural area. In fact, you'll see on the map, most of these borders, like you said, follow along natural terrain. The reason is, and you'll understand this because of the like warfare tactics and stuff you're used to, the reason that this border is in the middle of nowhere is this what's, because it's an expansionist border. That's actually what the entire campaign is going to be about, is the fact that Refnil wants to expand. The border for Refnil used to follow along the river here and then just cut up to where this town is. The reason it's starting to cut down further is this country is expanding. So this is an expansionist border. That's why it's sort of out in the middle of nowhere. So there's actually a reason behind it. I'm thinking I'm smart. But like you said, most borders tend to follow natural terrain, but this is an expansionist border, so that's why. Yeah, whereas you see with this one, obviously it follows. There's another thing over here, which is why the border sort of cuts off, but for the most part, it follows the river and then the mountains. Got to go help empty the car. Okay. Oh, he is waiting for dinner. Oh, maybe his parents just came home or something. Time for dinner. So this is, what's it? What's 100%? Oh shit, this is 100% on the map. Oh my, okay, that's big. And then once I put it into Roll20, I'm gonna have to decide how big each one of the hexes, because each hex in the normal system should be 24 miles across. So I'm gonna have to decide how big I want to make the hexes, like how much expansion room you're gonna get per se. Oh boy. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I really need. Land, paint. Oh, some of these areas I was gonna paint with a bit of gray instead of the yellow, like dead rocky terrain. Here, let's do this. Wipe it clean. Then we can add some of this. There we go. Or like a dead arid shrubland brush before it reaches to the desert. I think that's about it. The rest of this is going to be filled out in Roll20 as we put in markers and maps and shit. So we're going to save. We're going to export. OneDraft's currently busy. You're not anymore. Normal. You can even do a 2 times upscale. I forgot about that. Not doing that. RPGs. The Great Expanse. Still don't know what to name the campaign. I don't really have a name for it yet.
We fucked up the pirate game campaign.
We fucked up the pirate. Well, I don't know if you really fucked up, but it's it definitely went different than I thought it was going to. That's for sure. Are you done exporting yet? Where are you? Oh, there you are. So, view actual size. She's a biggin. She's a biggin. Okay. We can close this for now. Ba-pow! Let's go to Roll20. Set some of that stuff up.
That's a big old map.
Yeah, this is a big old map. I mean, viewer count has kind of dropped a little bit now, but more people tend to drop in for these random ass D&D streams than I thought they would.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun to just hang out, figure shit out, whatever. I tried earlier just cloning my current D&D game so that it would clone over all the APIs and stuff, and it doesn't do it. It doesn't copy over the API, and I have no idea why.
That's like
It is, because that's literally the only thing I wanted copied over. That's it. That's what I wanted. I didn't care about the other setup. So I was like, ah! But at the same time, there's enough stuff in the pirate game that, I don't know, like, I guess I could just keep using it and just start archiving all the, like, the pirate stuff. I guess I already have enough things set up here. Like, I can just start making, like, other screens and just not make it available yet. Yeah, all right. Okay, this will give me some tools to figure things out too, like how big was the map? So this one I currently had is 75 by 70. Oh no, sorry, there was 75 by 75 squares is how big this map was at the moment. So let's do that. 75, that's 75. Right, because that brings it to 5,250 pixels by same. Grid off for the moment. We will turn you on soon. All right. Oh, one thing I should look at. Where is the Great Expanse? That is 32 megs. Okay, I am going to run that through Affinity first to lower that file size right the fuck down.
too big.
Yeah, roll 20. See, this is part of the problem, I think, when some of you guys are trying to do the really big maps. Like Kyle was having a hard time loading the one. Is I think just the file sizes are too big. You gotta sort of refine it a little bit. So if I do JPEG, say bring it to like 85%. Honestly, if you bring a JPEG down to like 80 or 85%, you don't even notice a graphical difference. And then I'll be going from 32 megs to an expected 4.9. So yeah, I went from 32 megs to 4.9 megs. Big difference. But huge fucking difference. And then Roll20 will freak out significantly less if it's a 4 meg file. Come on, upload! I guess I am streaming at the same time. Have any coffee left? Oh, I'm out of coffee. Oh, there were grounds in the bottom of that. I guess the downside of using a French press. Tastes good though. I like French press. Colin and Laura had gotten me at one point like this, like chocolate coffee. Yesterday I had it with eggnog and whiskey. Oh, so good. Okay. Whoop. Come back. Come on, interface. There we go. It's a bit janky. Let's shrink it to less than it is. I'm back and I'm a lurk. Yeah, no problem. You're probably getting food soon. You need to get food. Get some food! Okay, so what's it like at 100%? You know what? That's too big. I don't want you guys to have to constantly be scrolling in or out. Imagine sizing a map so you had to scroll all the way out all the time. That'd be crazy. Can't imagine doing that in a game.
I feel like I'm being called out here.
I was just calling out Hawk. Come on, there we go. Okay, what does that look like at 100%? Put it up. That's better. That's significantly better. Let's start layering a grid over it and see how bad that looks at 100%. This way, like, you're not looking at the whole map all the time, and you're just sort of expanding as you go. I'm also deciding whether I want to hide the unexplored, untested parts of the map or not.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Maybe at least parts of it.
When I made essentially the Ebb and Reach for my testing game, I only gave you like a snippet of the world. I didn't give you the whole world.
Yeah.
Just pretty much where you guys are going to be. I didn't upload this giant freaking map and give you guys a little picture box.
True. Scale grid cell distance. Oh, I'll worry about that later. Grid cell. So grid cells are 24 miles. Stupid imperial measurements. There's no offset, is there? What if I do hex horizontal? Okay, well, let's see here. So this is at 100%. Oops, shit. This is at 100%. Right. Okay, and I can just place the map so that the town, little village thing that I was going to start you at, it'll be right in the center of one of the hexes. That'll do. Actually, if I was smart, you know what? If I'm smart, I won't. Maybe I'm going to go back into the map, remove all of the paths and towns, and just make like icons for the towns. And then we'll just draw the paths as they're made and shit. Because they're supposed to be unexplored regions, right? What do you think? Should I have these couple of pre-built towns and then we build more as we go? Or should I just get rid of these ones, at least in the unexplored areas? Just like have it do it from scratch with icons.
I'm thinking do it from scratch with icons. Because once if there's a spot on your map that has a village, but we don't settle a village there.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, not to mention a lot of the villages on the map were they weren't like in a hex. They were like in between like 3 hexes and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna quickly do that. That shouldn't take me too long, thankfully. For some reason, GeForce Experience thinks that Wonderdraft is a game. Gives me like the GeForce Experience. Thanks. Okay, so symbols, delete. Not trees, not mountains. Boom, boom. Yeah, I'll keep the villages and stuff that are like in the established countries outside of it, I guess. I'll keep a couple of them. Like there's this big one down here and this one, I'll keep them. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete it, and I'm just gonna make icons specifically for that shit. Oh, paths. So I can select them and delete them, right? Yeah, yeah. And we will just draw the paths in right in Roll20. It won't look quite as nice because you can't do, I didn't think you can do like a dotted line or anything. I wish you could do a dotted line or like a line pattern in Roll20. It'd be super nice. Okay. Path. And I do want another path that, oops. This. And then basically a road that leads to the edge of the border and then stops. Sure. Sure. The only... Actually, I'm even going to delete that one. Screw it. I was going to leave like the starting location, but as you improve it, it might want to look like better than like just a little village thing. So screw it. I'm deleting that too. Delete. There. No more villages. No more cities. Except for a couple small ones that I left. Ones that you're not really going to get to or are in another country anyways. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Save. Export. Oh, gotta wait till you finish saving. Export. Come on. Thank you. Exporting image. And as quick as Ketchup sparked life, he snuffed it out. Destroying entire villages.
You're a monster.
I am. Okay, let's refine it because it's probably ginormous. Is the right one now? Yep. This. Then we export it again. 85% JPEG. That's a great expanse. Boom. Save over. Done. And there, and for some reason it's even smaller than it was. Instead of 4.9, it's now 4.86. Removing the villages removed weight on the map.
Just
Okay.
holding you back.
I guess so. Yeah, the villages were just too much. Uploading. Not that big. Come on. I know I'm streaming. I know I'm using a lot of my upload bandwidth. Come on. It's not that big. I think it's just Roll20 taking its time processing. I know I'm impatient with modern technology.
Faster.
I demand immediate satisfaction. Even though, you know, back when I was a kid, like downloading a file of this size take you days.
It was unheard of. I don't even think there was files that size.
Well, MP3s when they were first like being released and whatnot, you know, between 3 and 4 megs.
Man.
you know, you want to download music. Like when I mean a kid, like I mean like, you know, when not like kid, but closer to like teens or whatever.
12 years old.
Yeah, around there. Maybe a little bit earlier. Old, but not that old. Let's remove grid for a moment, just while I figure this out and resize and stuff.
Blurry.
Okay, boop, doop, this, go to 100%, see what I like. That's not bad. I mean, there's a lot of space for us to deal with. I could even shrink it a little bit more. So now if I turn on the grid, so that's not bad. Each grid is once again 24 miles. I mean, it may not be entirely realistic, but I'm thinking more of a gameplay aspect. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good right about there. Okay. Let's turn this off for the moment. Boop. Okay, so that means that the play area does not need to be so big. I can almost cut it in half. Oops. So width, we're gonna try, let's try 45. Oh yeah, that was close. Height, but the same, because it's gonna be square. Holy moly, that's a massive lake. Yeah, probably. Like I said, it's not really very realistic.
My old like.
It's, I mean, if you're complaining that the magical fantasy elves that can cast fireball are complaining about the size of the lake because it's not realistic, you're looking at the wrong game. I mean, feel free to make fun of it. I was making fun of Matt Mercer's one book for the Tal'Dorei campaign setting that had like the boats that were 100 miles long.
Yeah.
Okay, grid turn on. Yeah, in this case, it's more about the game. All right. So grid's a bit overpowering. We're gonna lower that a bit. Boom. There we go. Now we just gotta get some tokens, one to represent where like the group is, and then we need some like village tokens and stuff. I think we can just quickly draw some shit up. Might not even have to draw it. I've got all those pre-made assets I can use. New, we want it 70 by 70 pixels because it has the standard square size on a Roll20. Assets. I've got one for game icons already. By the way, kid up, I'll probably maybe get a video released with some Arma 3 moments soon. Just have to get down to actually editing them. Oh, I feel ya. I have just finished recording the audio for 6 videos. I did the scripts. I've done the audio. I've recorded it all. I've just got to edit them. It's like, to me, that's the kind of the most pain in the ass part. Is there something for village? There is. There's already like a pre-made icon for village. That's badass. Okay. Fill. Doo-doo-doo. I think I should probably do these as actual like tokens with like a circle behind them or something. Or maybe a hex. Which way did I have the hexes facing? That way. Okay. Good. Good. Just have to get down to actually editing. Oh yeah, you already mentioned that. Yeah, editing is not my favorite bit. Like, you can be creative with it and stuff, but it's still not my favorite. Yeah, maybe. I want to make them relatively simple. Probably not too much detail to them. Actually, let's do the other gradient thing. Do it this way. Now what I might do, let's do this. Take this one. This one's going to be have a bit of opacity, so you kind of see a little bit about what's behind it. This one I'm going to put an emboss bevel on it, make it a lip. I don't know why the default is pillow. And then we're going to do an outer shadow on this one. And then on the inside, we'll just put various symbols. One thing I need to do, however, is create a square here and make it invisible. This will act as a container for the size to retain the size, basically the size of the whole thing, keeping it at 70 by 70 pixels. Because the hex on this map, these are 70 by 70 approximately. Works a bit differently for the math for that. So they will cut off like here. So it'll be slightly smaller than the whole thing. So I can make these even, I can make this even smaller yet. Just a little bit smaller. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe a bit of a stroke, well, outline. Beep. Make it stand out. Okay, so this will be like settlement. Let's create a place. RPG. X icons. So this one well, first of all, let's save this hex icons. Then we will select all of these, export PNG, selection without background, 70 pixels. Boom, this will be settlement. And we'll make sure that worked. Yes, it did. So let's just see what it looks like. Before we make a whole bunch of these, let's see what it actually looks like when I bring it in. Object token. Boop. Oh, that might be a little bit too much see-through. Oh my. Yeah, it's too see-through. I don't mind showing a little bit, but you can't see anything.
Show a little more skin.
Yeah. This is why we test as we go. I like the concept that it's see-through. Also, maybe I will make it a bit bigger after all. Okay. Changes must be made.
Change places.
Okay. So you suck. You basic. So this will increase in size after all. Boop. This. Oh, why did I bring this down? This should have actually stayed like that. Read down the opacity instead of changing the color. Did I? But this should 34%. Oh, definitely not. Let's try this at like 85%. Let's see what this looks like. Maybe this will be better. So we select it all. Export. Once again, selection without background. All the other settings are good. Settlement. Let's try that. Okay, that's a lot better. You can still see it, and there's like a little bit of see-through, which adds like nice effects to it. Any more than that, I think it would be too much. I wonder instead of dark buildings if I should try it with white. It's on a gray. Either white or a color. What happens if I do a tint in this as well, like orange? Okay. So it tints fine. Try this with white. Might look better. Oops. Oh, that's outline. I don't want that. Maybe. How about white with a bit of an outline? Say at like 20%? 20%. Black outline, 1 pixel, 20%.
Yeah,
okay.
I could see that. And like, because like from afar, I can definitely see like, kind of give an idea of what it is, and if I need to look closer, I can just zoom in. Yeah. That looks really good actually.
Well, man, this is all about getting that contrast so it's easier to see. Let me bring it in here. Let's check it out. I still feel there's not enough contrast. It's not too bad. I mean, you can definitely see where it is. And once again, I can tint them as we go if we need to tint them for certain purposes. Like if I need it red, I can just tint it red like that. Tint it. Like there's pink. So if we got certain things, we can tint it with certain things. And then no tint. I think the outline I had on the buildings needs to be just maybe a touch stronger. I don't know. I 100% like it's like out in the open fields. It's fairly visible, not a problem. Just like in the trees, I just feel like maybe an outline on the whole, like a very subtle white outline on the whole thing, just to make it pop. Because like it's already visible in there, but like on the darker parts, like the trees, it's not. Okay, let's try that. Then once I got that settled, I can just whip through and create a whole bunch of these icons. This one, wrong window. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do on the outside of this one, effects, outline, boom. Oh well, so I can see what I'm doing before I turn it white. Okay, let's try that. Export the background, settlements. I don't know why I keep deleting settlements instead of just saving over top. I don't know. Yeah, that makes it a little bit easier to see. Good enough for now. I think I think I'm going to change this, the outline for the settlement part. Gotta get this first one right, and then the rest will fall in line. So the village effects, outline.
So this is what a lot of like players don't see, is like the tedious like setting up the maps and the campaigns and whatnot. Like you don't realize how much work your GM is going through.
Yes, well, some GMs. Some GMs. But yeah, in our group, our GMs generally put in a lot of work. Okay, that looks much better. There we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say about 66% of them.
Yeah, a lot of GMs definitely, especially in our neck of the woods, tend to take it not seriously, but we're definitely put a lot of work into it. We put a lot of thought into it, stuff like that.
By the way, I didn't know you can just drag assets onto Roll20. I thought you had to upload them individually.
Oh, really? Oh, well, you learned something today. You can drag multiple assets at the time too. Like if you click and drag an entire folder, you can just drag them all over and it'll batch upload for you.
I wish I knew that, because I was sitting there uploading one image at a time, and I was just like, I'm bored of this. I'm gonna go do something else.
Oh, surprise! It doesn't actually tell you that anywhere. That's just something I sort of figured out on my own. I don't even remember how I figured it out.
It's just one of those little. That's gonna make my life so much easier. So I still have like a dozen things I have to upload and for like later in the campaign. Like I got like the next stretch of the campaign set up for you guys, and I kind of left it open ended to what you guys do.
Ah.
But for the majority, like the goal is pretty straightforward for you guys. Like I'm going to assume you guys want to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Or you could just settle down, open up a shop.
We could. Styles. That should be the same thing. Yep. I'm gonna bring you down a bit though. Okay, so then I'm just going to group you so it's easier. So boom, this, export without, and social. So then it'll look like that. Next. What else we got here? And I could do 2 of these like swords. Oh, it's big. Transform, flip, flippy flip. Export. Boom. Oop. Helps if I actually select everything first. Thank you. Export. The background. Here. Combat. Done. Next.
Derby Dragons.
I think I should also put an exclamation mark and question mark.
Yeah, like, you never know what like our group's gonna get into. Like, you can plan for like everything you could possibly think of, and then we'll take option Z.
Yeah, that's why I always plan my games in what I've always called the modular style. It's like I will have certain encounters or things planned. Where and when they happen does not matter.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 dungeons in a row. We went right to the last boss.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I'll keep it aerial, sure. Yeah, it's very important. Don't plan like if you think something needs to happen at a specific time or place, your players are never gonna let you do that.
Yeah, without like an NPC leading them around by the nose. And I'm not a fan of like sticking NPCs with parties.
Why do you not have the outline? Oh, why did the outline set it not to 1? That's weird. Okay, whatever. Where's now? Oops. Selection of the background. Boom. Expect the unexpected. Yeah, exactly. Expect your players to actively cause bullshit is what you expect.
What? No. That's not us.
Getting back to dinner. Well, have a good dinner, bud.
So I rolled up a level 2 half elf.
Nice.
Which I have a couple like character flavors I'm gonna talk to you about, if that's okay with you. Like,
yeah,
just like things I was looking up and like ways to make your character more interesting.
Yeah, I'm fine with people being creative and where they come from. Like, if you want to say you're some ancient entity that got stuck in a crystal, blah 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 blah, whatever. It's not affecting the mechanics anyhow. You can be whatever the hell you want.
Yeah,
I never understand DMs that restrict that.
Yeah, like the one game I played a human sorcerer, like that was like of the draconic aspect, And his whole backstory was that he never told anybody. He was an ancient red dragon that got turned into a human.
Huh.
By like divine intervention. So he was just trying to like reclaim what he lost, and like this whole time he's just like, I hate this, I hate you. If I was what I was before, I would have crushed you. So like he's coming to terms with like the fact that he's not like this big, powerful dragon anymore.
I mean, one of the concepts that I've been wanting to play for a while was playing an Azamar. That like normally an Azamar is like you were born tainted with some like celestial something, or you were born part celestial, something like that. But I wanted it that I was like a fallen angel that had lost a lot of my powers, and I'm an Azamar because I'm like a deluded angel.
Deluded angel.
Basically, he lost his abilities, and now he's suffering with like the realm of mortals type thing. And I was like, I kind of wanted to try that. I just haven't yet. Too many concepts to go through.
Yeah.
At least I'm in games now.
Now with like Tasha's Cauldron and everything coming out, a lot of those concepts you can actually put into mechanics.
Yeah. Oops. All right, export. Selection of the background. Piggy.
Burger.
Just if it was like natural like animal resources or something around. This one, I mean, some of these are very similar to what I was using in the tribal game, which was originally going to be sort of along these lines of like building up and expanding and stuff like that, and then the game went to crap.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that happened.
Like I get it. We're goblins and freaking orcs and ogres and whatnot, so it's like I'm not too terribly upset by it. But it's like at the same time, it's like this book could vastly increase our technological standpoint and turn it to dust.
Yeah,
like burn it.
I thought that was kind of funny, actually.
And then the explosion of the rock egg. I'm like, that's campaign over.
Let's see here. What else we got here that looks kind of cool? Excuse me. Take this. I like the diamond part of this ring. I just might delete the ring part of the ring. First of all, styles. Biff. There we go.
Treasure.
Yeah, I'm thinking for like, you know, natural, interesting resources. Actually, that starts to look, when I blow it up, it looks less and less like a diamond. Not liking it as much as I thought I would. Let's try this square gem thing instead.
Oh yeah, the stream just caught up with what you're saying. It just looks like a bunch of shapes and polygons together.
Yeah, this one looks a bit better. We'll stick with this one. Export. So if there's any like natural good resources for mining or anything, then that would be a good thing to represent it.
Nice.
I always use the radioactive symbol to recognize or to represent an area that's naturally hazardous.
Yeah. This area just has constant spiky growth.
So I'm going to come up with charts, like some stuff I'm going to have planned, but I'm also going to come up with some charts for basically random shit as you come across the hexes, as you explore. Because it takes you so long to explore one hex entirely. Hazard. Oh, you gotta have a skull.
Absolutely.
Danger! Danger!
Just realized
yeah.
how far back your stream is. Like, it hasn't caught up.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a delay, and then sometimes if you've been watching it for a while, it keeps like delaying that little bit more.
Yeah, like it started off at like maybe a couple seconds delay. Now it's like almost a minute.
Yeah. Like, I don't have any dropped frames or anything. It's just the nature of the game. Just the streaming platforms, whether it's YouTube or Twitch, they both do it. Like, refreshing will sometimes fix it up. Especially since I'm technically I'm streaming to restream, which is then streaming to YouTube and Twitch. If I was streaming directly to the platforms, it wouldn't be as bad. Although there is more of a delay on Twitch than YouTube, I think.
Yeah.
I've got quite a few icons already. Can't think of anything else. Oh, maybe something for like dungeon or ruins or something. I'm sure there's some sort of tower. There's a map. Might not look as... Nah, it's gonna be too tiny. Won't look as good. The tower. See what that looks like. Looks pretty good, actually. Looks pretty good. Okay. So we'll do that one for fortification. I still need to find something for like a dungeon or something. Okay. I'm gonna have to make one. Maybe. Jeez, there's so many icons in this icon pack. Holy fuck. That's the beauty of it. And if anyone's interested and they want to see all of these icons and have them as well, there's the links in the free stuff of my Discord. They're free to use and download. Seeing a lot of really cool icons, although I don't need too many. Just can't find one that I think represents, like, you know, some sort of dungeon or ruin or something yet. Let's just search. Maybe there's one for door? Yeah, maybe it's like... this old wooden door one might be good. Styles. Yeah, let's try that. That's not too bad. AG. Okay, that should be enough icons for now. We'll save that. We can always make more in the future because I've got the template now. The beauty of templates. Oh fuck. I didn't save the door when it's transparent.
That's adorable.
That's bad. This and this. And export without background. Replace. Thank you. There we go. Now it's see-through. So this, I don't need the settlements one. Oh, itchy. Load. So let's just spread them all out here, see what they look like on the map. And then there's a settlements one. Sweet. Okay, yeah, they look pretty good. I think they'll go quite nicely. It's a good size.
Oh yeah, those look good.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do, pig.
Have to steal those.
I'll upload them on the Discord. I'm gonna probably make some more as well, but I'll upload them on Discord. I'm sure there's other people that'll want to use them as well. There we go.
Yeah, those look really good, and they can work seamlessly too with your hex grid already.
Yeah, they would work in the hex grid stuff. And this is at 100%. So even as you zoom out, like they're still quite visible, even over the forest. And as you zoom in, you notice the transparency more, and it looks even cooler because you see a bit of like the forest and the river and stuff behind them. Just a little subtle transparency.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because you can see, like, you know, I zoom in on these daggers. There's like, you can see like the grass blades behind them. There's the background's just a little bit transparent, just to show the map behind it.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah, Blackburn, I'll upload these for sure. But Sheezel. All right, well, that was a lot of like the real groundwork stuff done for that today. Hard to believe it's been 4.5 hours. Why the radiation one? Radiation, the mass driver symbol is just for like natural hazard, basically, or unnatural hazard, basically a hazard of some kind. Is what I'll probably use it for, like a hazardous area, like, you know, some sort of like, you know, if there's a swamp with a poisonous gas or something, I'll just use, it's not radioactive per se, but I'll just use the mass driver to represent this is a hazard of some kind. You know, skull will be danger, gem, natural resources, some sort of conflict or fight. Dot. I do have to make an icon to represent where the party is, which probably won't be like one of these hexes. It'll be, actually, I might even just use, I gotta clean up my icons here. I've got a lot of like player icons and shit. But I've got like a little dot or something I could use for the party here.
I just use an icon.
That's too big. But I had a little one. That's even bigger. Effect orb. Might use that.
Yeah, just like tinted something.
Yeah, just or here. Pink tinted stands out the most against like natural. We'll see. I'll figure something out. I might make another one. specifically for them. Size it appropriately, because if you put it in the 70 by 70 box and then center it in the middle and make sure there's a transparency to it as a PNG, then it'll always be appropriately sized. Because once again, the default sizing for squares in Roll20 is 70 pixels by 70 pixels. So, yeah. Well, I think that's pretty good for the stream. 4.5 hours. I'm tired and I need to think of supper, and the girlfriend will be off working about 12 minutes. So I might as well get to that.
Some dinner.
Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to go check out the Discord a little bit after I finish streaming here, just see what random people have been posting. And then I'm done for the day.
I sent you my character concept.
Oh, nice.
The interesting quirk about them.
Nice. Like I said, you'll have a number of months before we get to it. So, I mean, if you change your mind, you change your mind.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so far, so good. I'm liking this. And yeah, I will, thanks for anyone that's joined me, anyone still in the background, or anyone watching the VODs in the future on YouTube or Twitch. Actually, not on Twitch, because I'm not going to be saving VODs on Twitch, but on YouTube. Thanks for watching. Feel free on YouTube, give the thumbs up. Subscribe to me if you haven't subscribed, and don't forget to hit the little alert bell thingy, all that good stuff. And if you're on Twitch, feel free to follow, and don't forget to check out the Discord. The links are down below in both the YouTube and the Twitch and all that good stuff. Good times. That's enough for now. I'm fucking tired.